Are you looking for a faster video? Well, today it's a live stream, and I know you're probably looking for a really nice and tidy, edited down video, but I have ways for you to make it faster. You can click that little gear on the YouTube settings right there on the video and adjust the playback speed, make me sound like a chipmunk, and it'll go a lot faster. You can also look and see if there's timestamps for this project in the description, and if you're on a desktop, you can hover over the time bar at the bottom of the screen and see if it's chunked up into chapters, and then that way you can go directly to the step you're looking for. And lastly, you can also tap on the screen on the right hand side of the video picture or on the left hand side to make the video jump ahead, forward or backward if you're on a mobile device. And you can adjust that amount in your settings so you can have complete control over how much it jumps. So if you are on a desktop, you can use the fast forward or the rewind, and that will make it go faster as well. You can also enable subtitles, and the little CC on the screen will enable closed captioning. That way, if I am a little bit harder to understand with that double playback speed, the subtitles might help you out. All right, well, I know that it's not a nice little edited video, but if you sew with me, we'll get there together and it'll be lots of fun. And now for the live stream. Happy sewing! Hello! Happy Saturday to you too. Or Catterday. Hey everyone, how's it going? Nice to see you all here. I'm excited to finish these pants. I was reading up on them this morning in bed about the steps so that if I change anything, I can tell you what I'm changing, you know? Because there's this one little tricky part about the waistband that I feel like it's kind of tricky to sew, and there's definitely a different way to do it. So I've been trying to figure out a way that's not convoluted, that's easier, and what I would do differently. I think I have one idea, but we may just have to go with the way it comes with. So hello. 108, Emily? Oh my God, it's supposed to be 100 here. And my office, that's why my door's like wide open today, because, and I have a fan there because my office doesn't get any air conditioning. And I was here yesterday till like 6:30 and I was sweating. I was like, what am I supposed to do? It's awful. Anyway. All right, so we're making the Sequoia pants. Also, I'm going to keep my light off of my face today, which seems fine for the lighting, just because it can get a little too warm. So yeah, that's one of my strategies. And my hair is like a freaking blanket. So I have a clip here. I might have to put my hair up. Preventative. And I saved the ice for my coffee. So I made some ice water. I meant to bring a cup of ice. So anyway, well, we are making the Sequoia cargo pants. We've already cut them. We've sewn part 1, but my part 1 was really just about pocket stitching. Blah, blah, blah. You're always welcome to visit Sydney. Oh, wow, Amy, that's pretty cool. I don't really want to know how big I am, though. Well, I have windows, but it's hot out there. I actually found that when they're at the ground, the windows are on the bottom here, like along the, see down there? That's where my opening windows are. I cracked one because I think that actually is improving the functioning of the AC. I do have an AC thing in here, but it doesn't do anything. And they've gotten estimates to fix it, but I'm sure it's like they're not going to do anything. So I thought about getting like a personal AC unit, but then I realized how loud that might be. So I don't know, and $500 probably. So I don't really want to pay that. So so I opened the little window, and I think it improves the circulation, like drawing the cool air in here, because it's chilly in the lobby. So it's out there. That's why I left my door open. I have my fan there. It's already helping. So anyway, all right. So these are the Sequoia cargo pants. I think this front picture does not do these pants justice, because The rib waistband is kind of what sets these apart from a lot of other pant patterns in general, plus cargo pant patterns. It's a kind of a shame because I think more people would probably sew them because of that detail. So, and you can't even really see in the flat sketch, even on the site, really that well. But I'm trying to get it to focus. So there's a ribbing, like a 1x1 rib, like the stuff at your wrists and a hoodie or a sweatshirt, that kind of stuff, wrapped around elastic. And then it's like the top half of it's the ribbing. The end at the front where it overlaps is fabric and snaps. And then the bottom half of the waistband is fabric going to the pant. So I think that ribbing waistband's kind of nice because it gives you a little bit of fit flexibility. It'll be comfier for me in a hot climate if I have to wear pants, and also it's a little stretchy. So I think fit-wise, that's kind of nice, you know. So, Mellow Nancy, how's it going? Oh, you do, Ray? Yeah. All right, so I almost forgot to install some snaps before I went live, and because I'm trying to spare you all some of the hammering. So I really could only do the flaps of my side pockets. The only modifications I am doing to this pant are I'm not putting the flaps on the back pockets, and I added another pair of pockets on the knees to hold knee pads, and they're going to be on the inside of my pants. So that's my only modifications. I did not fit these. I know this all shocks you because right now I actually have a pants fitting thing going on in the Guild. Anyone can check it out. And it's a 3-month-long thing, and I'll probably start advertising it soon because it's gonna be really good. It's gonna be kind of gentle, interactive, and slow enough that I think people can keep up. You get to pick your own pair of pants, whatever pants you want to fit, any pattern, and then we're going to go through the whole process. So the first module dropped yesterday, but it's really just like, rah, we got this. I just want you to think about this one thing so you're not behind. So, do you, Libby? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it'd be like that, right? So that's why I realized, oh, if I get one of those, even if I ask them for one, I could probably only use it when, like for short periods of time. And it would probably be like too much for this little office. So, all right, so I did do a little video of me wearing the pants inside out because I know all of you are like, you're not fitting these. My rationale for not fitting these is a few things. They're not sound reasons in some ways. One of them isn't. One of them is just the fact that I trust this pattern designer. I've made her pants before. They are looser fitting pants and they have an elastic waist. My only concern about these pants is the back rise because, well, most pants I usually need to decrease the back rise, and so I thought this is going to be fine then because I want a longer back rise because I'll be squatting and working in the yard in these. So that's my only concern. I don't really care what my butt looks like. I mean, I don't want it to look, you know, I don't want it to be uncomfortable, but these are my work pants, so I just figure, you know, I felt pretty good about it. So anyway, here, without further ado, here is me in my inside out pants. I forgot to turn my phone sideways, sorry. So these are pinned on the inseam and the outseam, and they are inside out. And that black you see above is my shorts, my legging shorts that I wear under a dress, and they are just pinned to those leggings. That's why they're staying up. And that is interfacing on the front fly. So this is it. I think these are pretty good. I'm still a little concerned about that back rise length. The waistband is pretty wide too. So hopefully, and it's elastic. I think one of the things I could do if I was really concerned was add a draw cord to these to be able to cinch them a little tighter when I need them to be tighter, you know? So I also drew the knee pads on there. This is like the third time it's playing. I just want you all to get a chance to look at it. They're pretty full though, but not too full, I think. So what do you guys think? Not bad, right? I think those are pretty good. It's my wearable muslin. I really hate wearable muslins, to be honest. I do them too, but I don't know. If I really wanted to fit, I should do the work. All right, let's move some stuff around here. All right, so I think the first thing, let me think about the order of operations here. So we have our backs, and remember we did the, oh, here's my fronts. So I did my fronts with the pockets. We're gonna have to brighten it up a little bit. These are my side pockets. And here are my knee pad pockets. So they have the gusset. You think the Blanca flight suit, really? I don't think I ever noticed. Yeah, the Blanca flight suit was snug. World's weirdest and sexiest gas station attendant over 50. Yeah, that's what it is, Ray. Just because I'm going to be squatting and kneeling in the yard. But remember, I still have like this much of a waistband to add back there. So yeah, it looks fine if I were walking around and stuff. And the thing is that it was filled with pins, so I didn't like bend all the way down the ground because I was a little bit worried. Yeah, right, Delwyn? Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like, I kind of would need to do that early on. You know, because getting a hole into the waistband once it's sewn, I really can't, you know, that's one thing you just can't, I can't fix everything. All right, here's my backs. We did a lot of top stitching last stream. I did the quail and the poppies, a poppy. Standard, oh gosh, Emily, that depends on what they're for. Like on a regular pair of trousers, I would say like trousers that are like kind of loose fitting, if they're not pleated and they're just skimming the body, I would say no more than 2 inches. But if they're looser, 4 inches would be a lot for pants. So if you're wearing pants right now, stand up and pinch the sides. And if you can pinch an inch, that's 2 inches. And pinch an inch, that's 2 inches. That'd be 4 inches. So if you can pinch just a tiny bit, you're probably only getting like an inch of ease. So it just depends. Just double it if you're pinching it. Finger and thumb, add them together. All right, I have my leg strap, because these are gonna fold up. And then I have my zipper right here. And then all those pieces can stay in there. Okay, we're good. So let me think about the order of operations here. I think the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna attach my knee patch pockets to my pants so I don't forget, because they need to be flat. And I probably need to change. So I tried on my pants and I drew where my knee is. That's my scientific way of placing my patches. All right. So I was going to look at to see how symmetrical they were together. I'm just kind of curious. You're a looser pants girl? Yeah. I think the reason I say 4 inches is a lot is because your pant, like say this was your pant, right? And it was laying here and you were just looking at one half, the front and the back. If you needed to get 4 inches of ease between your waist and your hip, this would have to flare out an inch, right? So, which is totally possible. This pant probably has 4 inches of ease, and I say that because the waist is gathered. It's not a flat waistband like jeans. But jeans, you really couldn't pinch that much, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, it just depends on the pair of pants and what you want to do with them. And, you know, like, if you want to sit in them, you need a certain amount of ease. And that amount will change for some sizes. It'll be less in the sizes at the bottom of the size range and a little more for the sizes at the top end of the range. You need a certain percentage of the body extra on the pant to be able to sit down comfortably. Okay, I wanted to just compare my knees. So let's just see where these end up. Oh, not bad, not bad. Let's see. I mean, well, not bad. I mean, really, that's actually kind of a bit different. It's an inch lower and an inch to the side. Well, this is a smaller circle, it looks like. So, we'll see. All right. This is my left leg. That was my right leg. I'm going to go by the one on my right leg. This one here. Actually, I was better at it when I got to the left leg. Let's go by the left leg. So I know Emily's adding some knee pockets. That was my I just took a washable marker and drew around my knee while I was kneeling on the ground. Nothing fancy. And the knee pad can move around a little in the pocket because I'm going to center it here. I'm just trying to get it kind of away from, you know, kind of center this like this. Let's do this. Centered and centered. Something like that. Let's do that. So when I'm doing these kind of baffled pockets like this, you don't want to put this part. Let me brighten this up. We'll zoom in a little. I love that I figured out that tilt feature. I'll bring the brightness, the sharpness down so those diagonal lines aren't kind of funky, you know? All right. Just gonna pin this on here, and I'm gonna change my thread on the machine because I have it set up for doing top stitching, and I would like it to be about the other thread on the inside. So what I could do is I'm going to line up my pants to one another. I would normally do this like on a big table too, not like on this tiny little table. It's pretty easy to make some mistakes, you know. Line up my notches. There we go. And now I can kind of feel the four corners of my pocket. It's pretty close to my side seam over here. I might want to move it over just a little bit. Okay, so if this is where this one is, I'll move it a little bit over, just like that. Yeah, removable knee pads. So I don't always have to wear them, you know. But I'm putting them on the inside so that I'm hoping that it'll secure the knee pad when it's in there, rather than like adding a closure or adding elastic, because I think you could do an elasticized top that would hold the knee pad in there, but I don't really think that that's necessary if I put it on the inside. I'm just going to move this over like a ½ inch like that. If this is truly not in a great place, I'll just take them apart and fix them, but I think they're going to be fine. All right, let's change the thread. I don't want to change the thread. When I used to sew on a home sewing machine, I always had 2 of them because of this. Yeah, but you know, I was thinking though, I actually think what I would prefer, Nancy, is making a quilted knee pad directly on the pant. You know, like it doesn't have to be a really stout pad. I'm putting removable volleyball pads in there. I cut the mesh and the elastic off those, and that's what I'm using. I don't think I need a whole lot, you know. And I think that just like a little removable, not removable, I'm not thinking, like just a little like some batting right here, and then you just quilt it on directly onto the pant. You could do like a big section so your knees can land anywhere. It would be more flexible. It would be washable. I don't know, that's kind of appealing. I'm just going to draw my shape on here because of this baffle. You might not be able to see that, but you can kind of see it. And then that way I can line up this fold back edge right there. Because remember, you want this pocket. You don't want to put this flat right where it's landing right now, right? That would make the pocket like this shaped. Well, I can't even it would make the pocket have angled sides, you know? This would be the top of the pocket. You don't want to accidentally stitch it bigger than this outline, because then you decrease the amount of depth of the pocket. Hey, Anna. Yeah, right, Nancy, exactly. Yeah, just like a little quilted pad. Oh, let's just check out the tension a little bit. I don't really want to monkey around with it because I'm going to put my top stitching thread back on there. All right. I think these pants are loose enough to do this, you know. If I really don't think they're very comfortable, I'll just take them off. Maybe explore the quilting thing, you know. I should have clipped the corner. It'd be a little easier. There's too much stuff on my table. I have the chocolate liner and the zipper. I'm telling you, there's room for 3 things and 3 things only. Any more and it just tips the balance of the force, you know. The force. So after this, let's think about what I'm going to do next, because I read through the directions, and because I did my backs first, my center back rise seam is sewn. Now, one interesting thing about these is when she does the center front fly, she doesn't sew the fly all the way down to the end seam. Here we go. It'll actually be like this. Yeah. You can barely even see them. They're kind of derpy. That's pretty flat, right? See a little bit of the stitches. So she doesn't sew the fly like all the way down. She has you stop like right here. And this is Lucy. She goes down and she stops. And I was thinking, that's interesting. And it's because she does the rise with the back all at once, which kind of makes sense because we're doing pockets on the side seams and we're doing the leg things. So I pretty much will have to do the side seams next. Wait, I've actually figured out I could do my zipper fly. Then do the side seams, side seam pockets, and leg turn ups. I can do both of those in the same view, right? I'm just realizing that Oh yeah, because they're kind of low. All right. And then we'll do the inseam. So I'm doing my rises separately and then the inseam all at once at the end, which means I also won't be able to top stitch it very easily. We'll still try. I want to reduce the bulk in there, and the pan's fuller than normal jeans, so I can probably do it. It won't be fun. Or will it? Oh, that's interesting, Terry. And you know what? To be honest, I think that that's more proper to have your rise be the seam continuous because it's going to be more comfortable keeping that curve intact. Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, so guess what? This little top, this is my Reynolds top by Helen's Closet. I don't know if you can see because it's doing that crazy thing. Oh, look on the machine camera. This is a vintage old fabric my friend gave me, and I'm losing all the dots. So there's a spot that's right here that's missing them, and then my hems and my side seams are missing them. I like this little top too, so I'm gonna probably have to make another one. Kind of a bummer. I was a little concerned about the fabric though, you know. In the video when because I sewed this as a uploaded video, not a live stream, I actually mentioned it. I was like, oof, these little dots are kind of crumbling. I don't know how old it is, but it's vintage. So this time I'm going to clip this little corner here, the amount I'm trimming it back right there at that juncture. It'll be easier. You don't have to, but it will make it a little bit easier to turn it and less bulky. And straighten that out like that. Oh, Danny, that's actually kind of a good idea. I feel like I'd be doing it infinitely. You've been losing all your dots for a long time. Yeah, it is a Reynolds, Sydney. It's the first one I made. And then I made the dress. It has, I fit a lot on it though. Like the whole area you had trouble with, I remember because we were talking. You sewed yours right after mine, but I hadn't posted my video, I don't think, and I was like, be careful of that one little spot because you have to fit it for your straps before you're kind of done. Everybody would, you know. Hey Michelle, how's it going? Okay. All right. Get rid of these pins. All right, so I think we should do the rise and the fly now. And then we'll do the side seams, side pockets and leg straps, and then the waistband. That's my plan. Okay, I'm gonna go to the serger. I'm gonna serge. Actually, I'm going to sew this one little thing on the fly first. And it is the fly shield. I wish my bin would stay organized. Not you, not you. Where is it? There we go. That little fly shield, where is it? It was right here. Here it is. This piece. You need this piece. The one that has the little angle down here. Bring that to the serger with me right now. Eliza, are you on vacation, Eliza? Yeah, I remember that, Sydney. I think you... I can't quite remember. All right. I have to have the machine this far forward because of the, oh, I got this piece out. Well, I'll just do it on the serger. That's fine. Because the the foot pedal can barely reach the floor. I'm going to serge across the bottom of this. Right sides together. And I'm going to turn it right side out. I would press it. We can do that real quick. Let's see if it's warm. Make sure. And then we're going to overlock this long edge. I'm going to try one of these methods. Oh, no, that's not going to work. Unless I maybe cinch it up a little bit. I'm going to pull my threads. Not bad. I just totally cheated and probably gave you a couple of you a heart attack, but by pulling my threads. All right, so now I'm going to finish this edge with the serger. So I usually never used to drop my knife right here. Because I know you're going to clip this, this is what I recommend. If you can't drop your knife, I just want you to clip into that about a 1/2 inch right at the base of the curve, all right? And we're going to go around this curve. And we're going to fold this up out of the way like this, all right? And when we get right here, we just don't want to hit this with the knife, right? But that's okay. We don't have to go all the way. And if you sew a little bit right here, folded, that's okay. You can take out those stitches. And so now I'm going to do the same thing by folding this part back. I'm not sewing on this yet. I'm going to fold this even further, almost at like a right angle to this. And my presser foot is on the fabric right here. Nothing is being sewn yet. I'm just getting close to it. And then when I get close to this curve, now I'm going to go onto it. Like that. All right. And there you have your two joins there if you can't drop your knife. Now if you can drop your knife, drop your knife. The thing I don't like about dropping the knife is that it doesn't trim these little like hairy edges, you know? So get rid of those. You can, same thing, clip in there. It might make it a little easier. Because now, this time, we're going to be able to straighten out the edge. All right, and so now I'm right at that juncture right now. And so it's spreading apart like this. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to lift up my presser foot like this. I'm going to push the curve toward that seam I'm sewing. Just to get a little closer. I'm not trying to spread apart that seam. I just wanted to straighten it out a little bit so I could get onto this edge. You're going to have a little bit of a slack right there. See that? So when I was like this, right, it spread it apart. And so right when I left this edge here, I pushed this toward it. That's all. And so then dropping your knife, that's what it'll look like. So either way, works great. Why am I always losing stuff lately? Is it right? Is it in front of me? Oh no, it's right here. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. All right. Oh, you did succumb to the camp shirt request, Terry. You just tell them that that's because all the fire's up top, baby. Oh, man. All right, so now here we have our two flies. Okay. I don't think in the directions that you pre-finish this edge. And the reason I'm doing it is because I'm going to sew this a slightly different order. And there's one part of the instructions that I'm a little bit confused on. So hopefully it's going to be fun. Because, and we're going to get it out now. I'm going to try and follow them for the most part. The only thing I'm going to do differently in these instructions right now is I'm going to sew the entire fly to the bottom, down to the bottom of the inseam, and they don't do that in the instructions. All right. I'm going to read a few of them. I already read these through. It's just this one spot right here. When you place the zipper face down on the fly, she doesn't tell you which one to put it on. She says, place the zipper right side down onto fly with zipper teeth aligned along the basted seam, bottom stop on the circle, and excess zipper on top. Pin zipper to the right-hand side fly, but not through. But she doesn't say which side the zipper teeth should be on the seam. And so I got nervous that this was a fly that goes on the right front when most flies go on the left front. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you put the zipper teeth to the left of the center seam, which I've always done this. I always line it up to it. So anyway, all right. First step. We're going to sew a basting stitch. And if you don't have the notch right here, notched, you need that. You absolutely need this to do a fly. Don't skip that one. So we're going to do a basting stitch from this notch down to where that circle is, which I think is about right here. And then from there, we're going to back stitch, change to a non-basting, and then go all the way down the fly. Oh, cute, Aisha. Wait a minute. Who are we talking about? Martina. Oh, for the serging of the fly, why can't you do it all in one pass? Because the knife would have cut into the pant on the first one, if that's what you're talking about. I did on the second one, right? But when you're coming around here with your serger and you're approaching this, the knife is in front of your sewing. And it's pretty hard to turn. So usually this is what I would do when I have my knife up, when I actually am using the knife. What I do is I do what I did here, you know, I straighten it out. But sometimes you get this big loop of serging there. So you can if you want. Okay, so I'm going to switch to basting stitch. Don't back stitch up here. I almost think, never mind. I'm not going to say that. Okay, so we're going to go straight down to the circle, which is about right here. And this is basically, this line should line up with the seam allowance, the seam of your rise right here, right? So I'm approaching, I'm going to switch to a regular stitch length. I'm going to back stitch, back stitch, back stitch, back stitch. Reinforce that, okay? And then just continue on. All right, so this is what it looks like right now. And so now you're going to open it up and you're going to press it. And so I'm going to do one other thing unlike the directions, and that is I'm going to top stitch the center front seam because it'll look nicer. You don't have to do that. Can I? No, don't trust that. Because if the spool falls behind the machine, you're going to be on your hands and knees looking for it. Blonde hair in a convertible. I think that guy is local here. I think he's local to Sacramento. Barbara and Libby might be able to tell me. All right. Does that make sense, Martina? If you can do it all in one pass, go for it. Seriously, it's totally fine. But the depth of some people's blade to the machine needles can be a little different, and it can be kind of scary. You don't want to cut into your pant. All right, so I've got this pressed open like this, and I'm just going to top stitch along the left front as if you're wearing them. Pretty sure this is okay. Oh, and right here, this little clip right here, we're going to push this seam allowance to the left front, but the fly is open. So that clip, mine's not quite deep enough, so let's hope I can do it. So basically the fly is open up here, right? And down here, we're going to press the seam allowance past the clip to the right side here, or the left front. Same thing. Okay, like that. Santa Rosa, oh, okay. Oh, he's from Santa Rosa. So it's looking like that. It's a little funky right there though, huh? Because I'm gonna take that out. I'm gonna do that again. I want it to look a little nicer than that. Good thing my top stitching, because I can't see the bobbin thread very well. It's gonna be pretty easy to take it out. And I'll just clip it a little bit more. That's the other thing is like, because if you don't clip that deep enough and then you've serged it, now I'm clipping through my serging thread, which, yeah, I don't really like doing that. Yeah, me too. And I also think it hides the zipper better when you're wearing your pants, because that's my beef with the Ash jeans. I think the Ash jeans are probably, you know, becoming the pant I trust of my pants to fit me the best every time. But I don't like that fly sewing method at all, because it shows my zipper on all my pants. Okay, Danny, have a good one. All right, so I'm going to clip all the way to the seam there, and we'll do that again. I'm going to do it again. You probably did fine. Oh, really, Terry? Ooh, that's interesting. All right, so same thing, remember? Okay, so I'm going to top stitch this. I'm going to press the fly open. But at the bottom here of the fly here, I'm pressing the seam allowance towards the right because the seam is clipped. So see that? You can press it so it stays. You really can't ever go wrong with pressing, right? All right, let's see here. Just making sure that it's pressed open and that the seam allowance is pressed to the right. Like that. Looks like that, okay? All right, and so now this is the part where I find it a little confusing. So that she says to put the teeth lined up to the seam. So normally this is what I would do. I would put this right here and line up the tape to the seam just like this. Ooh, can I use my shorter zipper? Ooh. Oh yeah, I'm using the shorter zipper. Okay. Anytime your zipper can fit in this space where your teeth end before the seam at the top, use that zipper. And the stop is like your tape when it's lined up to the curve down here. The stop is up here. Mainly thinking about this. If this stop is high enough that when you stitch around this curve, you know how we stitch around the curve on the fly? If this is going to completely clear this with room for your presser foot right here, so if you can fit your zipper in that space, use that zipper. It makes your life so much easier and you're going to feel really confident. You're not going to be trimming anything, removing teeth, any of that stuff, right? So, all right, so she says to line up the teeth to the basted seam, but it looks like the teeth on the left side of it, like this. And then you do this. Huh. I think I'm just going to stick with my way. I think that's going to put your stitching has to be so close to the teeth. And putting your teeth like this and stitching like that, you would do this. Let's walk it through if this is what we did. If we did this real quick. What's a weird instruction, Saremy? What did I do? What did I say wrong? I'm sorry. Did I say something confusing? Gosh. Isn't it funny how you can say left or something and you mean right? All right, so I'm just looking at this. If this was like this, and then you stitch it, and then you do this, and then you top stitch it, and then you stitch this side. No, we're not gonna do that. I don't think that's gonna work that very good. I think it's gonna be a little bit tricky to get it all lined up. All right, so we're going to pick up our pants like this, right? We have our fly open still, and we're gonna line up our tape to the bottom of this curve here. No matter what length zipper you want, you really want, oh, okay, thanks, Michelle. Okay, good. You really want that clearance, right? So make sure that this little stop here, your foot can get past this like this. See that? Like plenty of room there. And that's because when we're on the other side of the pants, you don't want to worry you're going to hit it, right? So let's just make sure that you're not going to hit it. All right, so I'm just lining up the tape to the seam there. And I want to start on this side, right? Yeah. I can't remember. I can't remember. All right, and so I don't have my, oh, maybe I should switch my thread. I'm going to switch my thread really quick. That's what I was wondering. I mean, I didn't sew it all the way through, so it could be fine. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Terry. Like, having the fly as a seam does add more strength. But it can also weaken it too, you know? Right? I know, right? Those are actually really, those are my go-to. Same with Ames. They do the same thing. And I think, like, I think I have my own cheat sheet here. Let's see. Let's see. I think I have a cheat sheet here. Let me see. I'm trying to remember. I like to write it on these little cards. And then just have it handy, but I've kind of memorized that one. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it doesn't really tell me. See, I feel like I stitch here. when I do this, yeah, because if I stitch on this side, you have to stitch on this side. If you stitch on this side, then the zipper would be covered up. It's easier not to cut it off. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we got this face down. And I'm debating on whether I want to pull out my zipper foot. Oh, the other thing I want to mention is that the instructions say to use an all-purpose plastic zipper, but you need one if you do any kind of zipper. Make sure it has a stop at the top, not a stop, a lock at the top, and I'll show you what I mean in just a second. So make sure that your zipper isn't going to come unzipped. Like this one, it's pretty firm when I go like this. See, it kind of like that. It's not wiggly because otherwise your pants, you know, will fall down. All right, we're going to top stitch this edge. You don't have to back stitch there, but I'm going to back stitch at the bottom. Like this, all right? So now it's looking like this. All right. Now I like to turn the pants over, and this whole thing, we're going to flop it, floop, just like it wants to do, just like that. All right. I do this upside down because it keeps this to the left of my machine. But most instructions show you the other way, so I don't want to confuse you. So this is what it looks like, okay? It wants to kind of do that. Boop. All right, and make sure this is all nice and flat. You don't want a bubble on the right side of your fly right here. You'd get a bubble right here if this is not nice and flat. So just push it nice and flat. Pick this up. Get everything out of the way. You only have your left front fly and your zipper. And now we're going to do 2 rows of stitching on this side. And you can see my zipper flays out the tape at the top there, and so I kind of rein it in and make it a little straighter. It gets a little tricky because I'm not using a zipper foot. Come on, just need to get past that. All right, so this is what we're looking at, and I'm going to do 1 more row. We're just doing the second row to reinforce things, that's all. It gets a lot of wear and tear, you know, a lot of stress there when we're unzipping, you know. What if you trip when you're getting out of your pants and you yank on that, or you're in a hurry to go to the bathroom or whatever. It's good to reinforce that area. Okay, so this is what we have now. And now we're at the stage where we're going to do the decorative stitching here and stitch this down. And so it's looking like this. See, it's in there, right? Oh, show you what again, Eliza? I'm sorry. Show you what again? I'm sorry. I just saw that. Okay, so I have a bobbin thread. Look at this thing. It's I would like a little thread tamer in there. Just a little guy who's just sitting there like, whoosh, you know, with the threads so that they stayed on their little bobbins and they didn't grab the one little thing they're attracted to, and then they leave the drawer full of bobbins and they get wound up over everything. It's like, I just want like a little thread tamer there, you know, sitting on a little stool, whipping them into shape. Okay. So you could make a fly template. I think I saw, oh, here. You could use this, right? I'm gonna use the gray thread, or chalk. There's a lot of people who like her patterns, Michelle, Angela Kane. I know a lot of guys find sewing patterns on her site that they use too, if you're looking for any menswear. I haven't sewn any of her patterns. All right, so I'm just gonna back this curve off a little away from this serged edge here. I can feel it, it's like a little ridge under there, right? So that's right there. And we'll just draw a little line on here. I don't usually do this, being a good girl. I usually just feel for it. And I know this is gonna sound like some sort of magical thing, but my machine wants to stay on these 2 layers as it sews, so it's really easy to guide. I think a lot of machines do. Hey Sue, how's it going? Oh, are you? Nice. I did a lot of work. I stayed late last night getting a lot of my dress form stuff ready. I'm gonna sew as much as I can before it starts. And then we'll do the stuffing together. I think it's gonna be grueling, to be honest. I don't like that this looks narrower here than right here, so I'm gonna just remind myself. All right, you could just draw a line there too. Depends on how wide you want it. Just remember, we're only right now concerned with that zipper stop, right? Because we made sure that it was above the bottom of the zipper fly, but you still need to kind of keep it in mind when you're going around that curve because you're coming at that area at a bit of an angle. And so it would be really easy to clip it. Or even if your needle isn't clipping it, we're also concerned with our presser foot touching that stop right there. So see, there's my clearance. This is the clearance I have right here. All right. Move, everybody. All right, and so this is the other thing I always notice is that, can you see how this fly tape always sits at this angle like this? It's not flat like this. I always look at that and kind of just tame it a little bit while I do. So I'm kind of pushing it because my zipper, pole is right there. It kind of wants to bully my machine a little bit, and we're not going to let it because we really want a nice straight start here. I'm going to pull all this nice and flat. We don't want to bubble. I'm feeling my, serged curve under there and just watching that gray line. And then here, I try not to stop. I just try to keep going so I get a nice smooth curve. All right, we're there. I'm gonna back stitch like that. Well, it's kind of a nice smooth curve. It's okay. All right. Maybe I'll put my little back tack right there to kind of give the optical illusion. Okay, so now this is what we got, right? So I am sewing this different from the directions, and you wouldn't have had this top stitch line if you skipped that too. So, okay, now we're going to put the fly shield on, which I of course have lost again. Here it is, right? So let's go to the back side here. And the fly shield gets sewn to this loose edge here, and you just line up these edges. She tells you can serge this on. I'm not actually sure. You can't do that with my method here. So that's all I'll say. I'm sure it's possible. I just didn't do this the way she had it. I serged it beforehand. All right, so this is normal that this hangs down. I don't like it, but it does. Let's see. What I'm looking for with this, and I actually think that this pattern, not her pattern, just the world of zipper fly shields, this pattern could use a little bit of evolving, and that's because what the aim of this right here is it makes your zipper look nice on the inside, right? It covers up all that, right? Makes it look nice. And it also protects you from the zipper. And the last thing it's going to do is we're going to top stitch over here and anchor it all down, which means we have this. we have this floating around here. And so we could maybe do another bar tack there, and it would kind of, you know, secure that too. Let's pull these serger threads and secure them. So if I kind of get this, yeah, like that. So I'm going to line it up to the serge edge here. And we're just going to sew right along this edge and, you know, secure it to it. That's all. I'm going to do this from the side only because I have top stitch thread on and I kind of want it to look like blue. I'm not going to switch it out. I'll probably regret it, but we're going to do it like this so that it doesn't stick out. Meaning be noticeable. See? Otherwise my pink thread would be really noticeable there. So let's get rid of this little thread tail that always gets sucked into my stitching when I do top stitch thread. Trim it down a little bit. Alright, so that's all I did. So now we're on the right side again and we're going to do the bar tacks you always see. So I'm going to put one here and kind of cover up my little boo-boo of the curve right there. And then always make sure like we're totally away from the stop. It's right there. The stop is right there. Okay, so we're very close to it. Okay. If you're worried, stick a pin here. Go, okay, how am I doing here? And I'm totally fine there. And if I wanted to anchor down this right here, where can I sew to do that? I think it's like right here. So I could put a little bar tack here maybe. Could I do something decorative? I could. I think I could. Yeah, so let's do our first bar tack and then I'll show you what I mean. No. Which one? Oh, will this evening be recorded? It will be. But you have to give me a few days. It says that in the event and it says it in the description of it, Eliza. You have to give me a few days because I don't have storage on Zoom. It costs $40 a month and I don't want to do that. So I have to download it. So tonight's an experiment. Tonight's an experiment because I'm going to do something called record to local computer. That's what it said. I'm going to see if it records it. I'm also going to try a different way. And I'm also, if either of those work, I have a feeling I have to download it, potentially render it, and upload it. So you have to give me a little bit of time. Sorry. All right. So I'm deep in this. Sorry, I missed it. All right, I'm just going to go over this little spot right here. If you want to use your zigzag to do a fake bar tack, go for it. That looks really nice. I always love those. I just do a little fake one with my machine there. So there's my bar tack. And now I'm going to do a little stitch going across the bottom as a decoration and also to sneakily secure this because this bugs me to no end. Let's clip some threads in here. Clip these threads here. Yeah, it should be interesting, Aisha. I think it'll honestly be not very riveting content. because because it's so weird, you know? The whole thing is kind of weird. Where's the stop of the zipper? It's right here. All right, so if I go straight from this over, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go straight. This is my, here, we'll just take the basting stitch out now so we can see it. I'm curious. This is the basting stitch, right? Yeah, right here. Take out the basting stitch. I hate taking out stitching on interfacing. It's so hard to grab it. Oh, I thought I got that. Yeah, sorry, that's like one thing I probably can't do twice either, you know? Because I can't really do a dress form twice. I don't really want to, you know? So, all right, there's our zipper. See how deep it is in there? We love to see it. All right, so there's my teeth right there. Okay, so if I stay below my bar tack and go straight across, we're fine. And we're just doing this to secure the fly shield a little bit. You don't have to, it's just extra. I'm gonna go up to this stitch here, and then I'll go back. Like that. It really doesn't do much to secure that though, does it? It's fine, it's just, you know, I don't know, it kind of annoys me. Covers up the interfacing a little bit though. All right, so now our zipper fly is done. Okay. So what did I say was next? I said side seams, right? So we get to put our pants together. Yeah, and if you ever do your, if someone can't come today to that pant form thing and you're making one later, like months from now, like I'm totally happy to help if you need it, so. Libby's making one too, and Emily is too. Emily, you're busy this week. You're like doing all the stuff I'm doing. I know how it feels. All right, so let's do this side seam. You're not sewing. I didn't think you were sewing. We ran out of bobbin. I got lucky. I got really lucky there, didn't I? One of the worst quirks when I used to have chicken boots was the fact that when we would sew on, I don't need to cut that, when we would sew on black straps to a bag, I love it, Emily. If we ran out of bobbin during doing that and we didn't notice, it was the hardest thing to catch before the bag got finished because the black thread is so hard to see on the black webbing, and because the underside was on the inside of the bag. And there was 2 times that people emailed, they're like, something's up with my bag. I think I only had 3, maybe 5. I had less than 10 for sure in 10 years of people emailing me and saying, something's up with this, you know, something wasn't right. So that's not bad. And because most of the time it was people saying, I can't find the magnets on my pattern holder, you know, and so I just made a video and I'm like, here they are, they're tiny, you know, and they're like, oh, okay. You know, there were those folks that just couldn't find them. But yeah, that would be the worst. I'd get their bag and I'd be like, the back, and I'm like, I can't believe I missed this. But it happened a lot. We just would catch it usually before we sent out a bag. And it's impossible to fix. Like the bag became a second. Oh, so you're really going for the spray foam thing. I am pretty jealous about that. All right. She's filling her form with spray foam, Emily. she did a test, and I think she posted a picture in the pants skill building session. Where is that at, Libby? Is it under where I talk about the pants form? Did you see, Emily, that I posted my plan for making the stand too? Right, Sydney? Trust me. I've always wanted to do a video about getting my Beatrice dress form and how that was a mental challenge in a way. Like, I am very comfortable with my body, very comfortable with measurements, very comfortable. Like, for me, sizing is, it's just a number. Like, I am extremely, like, it's just a number. I think it's just being a pattern drafter for years and years. You are so focused on the numbers, it just doesn't matter to you, whatever it is. I'm just like, let's get the job done, you know? It was still, it's because it looks just like you. Like, you're like, that's my body. You know, like, you know, I had this fear for a little bit that someone would walk into my studio and then, like, do something like, oh my gosh, look at this dress form, and just, like, play around, and it's my body, you know, like that kind of thing. Because there was this one, like, landlord who was kind of invasive. He would come in a lot. He would make weird comments, and I felt like he had a little part of ownership over me and what I did. And I was just like, go away. Like, I'm running a business here. Why are you here? You know, and I was always worried he would do something like put his arm around her or something like that, you know? You know what I mean. Pant form info. Okay, so it's in the course material, Libby. Hi, Donna. Yeah, I think so, Nancy. I don't think you can sculpt it, though. All right, I'm going to overlock my edges here. Oh, my knife is down, and I want my knife up. Put all these threads to the side seam. That always scares me when my presser foot goes down on my other machine. I sort of got off topic about the video I want to do, but I've always wanted to do a video on getting a custom form and what it's like, and just kind of like, it's totally normal to be a little bit weirded out by having something that looks like you, but also coming to terms with what you look like actually, and seeing like the back of you, and also the fact that you look like, if you're someone who is very concerned with weight and stuff like that, I feel like my form looks bigger than I am, and getting used to that. And then also the fact that she is a little bigger, and measuring her and getting used to using her that way. You know, there's like a lot of aspects of it. Just more of a like, you're not crazy. This is all the things you're going to go through. And it's okay. Just love her because she's you, you know? All right. What if I overlocked the edges of my inseam and sewed that seam on the single needle machine and left them open? Because then if I want to change anything like the knee pad pocket, I wouldn't have to take out serging, you know? I feel pretty confident with the knee pad pocket, but you know, you never know. You guys gotta see this. Oh, what happened, Aisha? Oh, really? Oh, see? Oh, gosh. That's what I'm talking about. I think that there really could be some proactive content for that. That's why I wanted to do it. Because I remember being like, it's almost like, I had this experience yesterday because I just threw on a tank top and pants and threw my hair up because I had a lot to get done. And I didn't plan on coming in here and filming video, doing anything. I didn't wear makeup, which is pretty typical of me anyway. I caught a glimpse of myself in a window at like the drugstore because I went to a Rite Aid. And I remember looking, going, I look like an older woman. I look like an older woman. And I had to unpack that. I was like, well, you are. And what's wrong with that? And what about this is bugging you? Like, there's a lot going on in my head. And I was like, Saremy, you got to focus. Like, you have to get to the place to pick up that thing and blah, blah, blah. So I think that seeing my dress form, I was like, oh, I have that kind of butt? I always thought my butt was like, I thought I knew what my butt looked like, you know? So anyway, the dress form is big because it's white and static. A statue? No, I mean, the dress form is a tiny bit bigger than me, but I think when you see yourself in a mirror wearing clothes and then you see yourself as a dress form, it is very, very hard to match the two together. So, yeah, exactly, Anna. Yeah. Oh, was she live, Aisha? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel her. I felt like all the years of experience I've had working in the garment industry, working with lots of different sized people, having people in my life who are very weight conscious, very weight conscious, and that has impacted me. I feel like I was a little equipped for it. And I remember thinking, wow, with having all this experience and how I just think a number is a number. Like, I wish sizes were just based on a measurement rather than any kind of number or whatever. It was just a number. Like, just like everyone go by your bust measurement if it's tops and your hip for, you know, whatever. I don't know. Come up with something. And I remember thinking if I was feeling a little bit weird about it, other people would have a really tough time. So, yeah, I just haven't had time to make it, you know, the video. Okay, so I'm going to top stitch my side seam here just to the bottom of my front pocket. Right here, and I'm going to do a little fake bar tack, like that. See that? Yeah. Good for her. I mean, I guess. It's tough, you know, because that kind of comment section is not my kind of comment section. Because I also don't want the responsibility of my viewers to reassure me. You know? And some won't. You know? Some aren't nice. Okay, so here we are. I have my pants, and then I'm going to, this is the side seam right here. This is the front, and this is the back, and we're going to place our side seam pocket. Ooh, can I still see my lines? Please tell me I can still see my lines. That would make my life easier, because I can see one. Yeah. Right, Terry? So much pressure is on. Oh, there's a lot of deer running by. Why are they up? It's so hot right now. so much pressure is on us as humans to be considered fully grown by the time we're a certain age when we're not. I don't really feel like we're fully grown until we're like 30. Because you're not, you know? And I don't mean like fully grown as in size. I just mean like your body is still maturing and your things, lots of stuff still changing in your body, and you process things like food and stuff like that very differently at different stages of your life. So, oh dear, it was at least 3. I think there were 4 or 5 though, so I could hear others. All right, so this is my waistband right here. I'm just going to separate out some pieces here. My waist. Here's the rib, the little front pieces. All that's together. Okay, here's my pocket and my flaps. That's what I'm looking for now. All right. And then this leg band. So these are the pieces we need now. We need the leg straps. And we need our pockets and our flaps. I added interfacing to these pieces as well. See, and those women, Sydney, I know. You know, I resent those kinds of comments and reactions because I don't like it when anyone assumes that my journey is going to be the same as theirs, even if it ends up being the same. You can't win in a situation like that. Like, I don't know. All right. Okay, so unfortunately, I really can't see my markings very well, so I'm going to pull out. Let's hope that I think they're on this. Okay, let's pull up this. Yeah, it is. It's just hurtful. And, you know, when I went to work in the industry, like when I went to like work in my career, my field, I was really young. I was 20 years old. I was graduated out of college and 20 and working with women that were much older than me. And they were already very resentful of that, how young I was. And so I was already proving my skill when I shouldn't have had to prove my skill, right? I was hired for an entry-level position. I should be getting some training and learning how to do what they do the way they do it. And but no, they felt threatened, and they also would say things like that. So it was it took me a long time. And you know what I learned from that job is I learned that every job I've ever had, and this is really helpful to this day for me. I don't get hired places, but anytime I'm in like a new situation where I'm going to be hanging out with a group of people, I feel like we all can tell that one person that's going to be hard for us to get along with. Sometimes it's someone who's totally fine, totally delightful. There's just something about them that rubs you the wrong way. Usually that's someone that's very similar to me, which is telling, right? Or maybe it's someone who's actively being passively aggressive, passively hostile, openly hostile, openly aggressive, whatever it is. Maybe it's a vibe, whatever it is. I single out that one person and I make it my job, my life's work when I'm in that space to make them my friend. I don't change who I am to do it. I just try and pick up on the way they like to be communicated with. I pick up on what they react to and how they react to things so that when I'm navigating around them, I can make them my ally. And it has worked every time since. And I feel like it's the biggest gift you can give to everybody in that situation, so that there's not this instant like loggerheads of headbutting. So, and then eventually they get to know you and they relax. They relax around you and they realize that you're okay and you can be one of them, and you don't have to sit there and work on it full time. Now you're just all equals and you can just do what you're supposed to do there, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've heard that from so many people. And I'm always like, why does this person bug me? And then you know what I do? I try and pretend like I treat them what I would want, is like even more so, because I feel like I know what they may relate to and need, you know? That's funny, Anna. All right, let's mark these on here. Get this white paper off the screen. Okay, so yeah, that's where I thought I saw a marking there. Okay. And it is, trust me, it is hard to do. And there are people that don't deserve it. I totally agree with you. So if you're like, yeah, nice tips, Saremy, but this person's a bully, I totally agree with you. You don't have to tolerate that. And there are the strategies for that, obviously. But I usually try and get ahead of it now when I'm in a new space, because I do tend to rub people the wrong way. I tend to be really eager and enthusiastic, and that is just really annoying for a lot of people. And I have had to learn how to be cool, because I've never been cool. But just like, be cool, Saremy, be cool. Just relax here and shut up. You know, that's what I'm usually trying to do, because nobody likes to try hard. And I am such a try hard. And it's the thing is, like, when I see that person, I know why they're doing it, because that's me. They want to be liked. When you know that someone is doing something just because they want to be liked, tell them you like them. Tell them you like what they're doing, and watch the transformation in them, because that's what they want. They just need to know that they're okay and they're part of the group. And I wish so many times someone would have been just put their hand on my shoulder and been like, you know, you're okay here. That would have made me go, you know, and then I could have just relaxed. And it's, nobody does that, you know, and it's just such a shame. It's just all someone wants. And it's almost like when we know someone just wants to be liked, we do everything in our power not to. We're like, I'm not going to give that to them. They're not even, they're so annoying. They're annoying because they want to know you like them. You don't have to like them. You can just be like, hey, you're doing a good job here. You're funny. I like what you're doing. Just, you know, you see those kids and I just want to like say, it's going to be okay. All right, sorry. I haven't watched it, but I know, like, my friends will quote it and stuff. Ugh. Is she the mom? Hi, Rosla. Oh, that's Carrie Ann, right? Hi, Carrie Ann. How's it going? Nice to see you. Oh, so this pocket is right at the top of my knee pocket. So I'm getting really lucky about that. Look at that. Here's my knee pocket right here. Can you see it in there? I didn't think about that. All right, so let's put on this pocket here. It's a lot of pants. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm going to turn that under 1/2 inch. And I remember my tip, I always turn, because all this stuff, I hate this stuff so much. Especially because this is something I do. Right? It is, Carrie Ann. She thinks she's smarter and cooler than she really is. And they think you're like her. You are smart and you are cool, Nancy. This is something I do. I notch all of my things like this, right? I put the little, like, you saw me, I nip into things for notches. And I really wish I would stop doing this at the fold of a pocket because it creates these little threads that want to unravel. So I have a strategy to deal with it because I obviously can't stop myself from doing it, you know? So, yeah. Make sure that seam is, the side seam is pressed. That's why I put a couple extra pins than I normally do, because you don't want it to, you know, create like a dimple there, or not even a dimple. So I'm gonna do, you know what? Actually, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do 2 rows of top stitching, I think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do 2 rows of top stitching, and I'm gonna start here at the hem. Kind of unconventional. Go up across the top, down, over, all that stuff. Hey Deb, how's it going? Okay. I didn't do any other double needle top stitching on this, but I think it'll look good on the cargo, you know? So I do need to make sure I'm away from this knee pocket here. Which seems like I'm gonna just barely be able to do that. Get those threads in there too. I'm just gonna poke that in there with my awl, make sure. It's a kind of did a big wide thing there, didn't I? Today when I was walking the dogs this morning, you know, I usually just like stumble out of bed, give the dog some food, and then I take them on like a quarter-mile loop, and in my pajamas. And when I came back, when I went by the little pond, there was a frog. So with a little tiny bit of a backstory, I found these hunting ducks in the yard. The guy is a hunter, but he's not a hunter. He's a fisherman, but maybe he had a friend living there. It seems like he had a friend living there at one point who was a hunter. And there are these hunting ducks, so they float. They look like a mallard duck and something else, you know. They float. And I just pulled them out of the weeds and I just tossed them in the pond. Well, one right now is upside down in there because the little waterfall turned it. And I walked by today, and the frog, the small frog that's living in there, was sitting on the upside down duck. Just chilling, floating around on his own little duck island. It was so funny. Oh, that's awesome, Margie. I know. And you know the other little thing? Do you guys want more unsolicited life tips from Saremy, who sees barely anybody to even practice any of these things on to actually know if they're real? The other thing I do a lot, and I actually do this a lot because it's kind of fun, especially with younger people, like kids, and much older people. And it's kind of hard to describe, but I always look at them. Oh man, this stitching is a little... The flap will cover that up. I love this, and then I remember I said I was a little wide, yeah. I always look at them and I go, who are you? Who do I know you as? Like if you're a kid, a little kid, and the way that, you know, you see certain personality traits that are kind of similar among certain types of personalities, right? And you can see them in younger and older kids. And I always think, who are you as an adult? And I try and picture, like find someone in my life that is like the older version of them. And it kind of clicks. It kind of goes, oh, now I know how to communicate with you. Because there's certain personality types you're like, oh my God, you're so annoying. But then when you kind of go, oh, I have an uncle like you, I know. It helps so much. It helps me be, less judgmental, more kind. And also it helps me not do things that might, not like that person can't like understand, communication wise. So, and I think it's really fun. Like if you just try it, like, especially like an elderly person, like I come across elderly people because of my husband's grandma. Not lately, but before, we'd come across them, and she drives me nuts. I'll just be honest. Like she's a very tough personality. And the way I make it feel better to me is like, mean girls grow up. Like, and sometimes they stay that way. And that's who I'm dealing with. So at least I know it's not me, And I will look at some of those people and go, who were you as a kid? Like, who are you as someone my age? Who are you as a child? And I find that so fascinating to kind of identify them, Yeah, exactly, Deb, exactly. That's why I say if you can tell that person just wants to be liked and accepted, that's me. I feel like I'm the most annoying person because I just want people to like me. Then if someone would have just been like, you're doing a good job. And I remember all the people who did. I remember all those people because they made me relax, Sorry, I had marked these and it's come undone, and I didn't do a good job of managing these markings while I was sewing the pants together, so I'm sorry I have to do this. I know it's kind of annoying, and it's like, why do you have to do that? You already did this. I know, huh? And I also think, I've told myself, I don't have to like that person, but I can still be kind and still give them what they need. There's nothing wrong with giving someone what they need, even if it's something you don't usually do. It's just being a nice human. Yeah, I know, Michelle. Oh, trust me. I worked in the fashion industry. Like, trust me. It was tough, It was very tough. And not for the faint at heart. Like if you're thinking about going into the fashion industry, it is not for the faint at heart, And it wasn't really my cup of tea. I left the fashion industry, and then the outdoor industry kind of sucked me in, and I liked that a lot better. It was, it's a different kind of drama there, and it wasn't one that I could get caught up in. Like it was just kind of like, whatever, guys are kind of like, that's not something I relate to, so. Yeah, well, that's true, Nancy. I think that kind of helps too. It reminds me of, I read this, everyone's heard of the love languages, right? I read that book a long time ago, right when I got my Audible account. And I didn't know how to pick books, how to find books. Like it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming, and now it's even more overwhelming because that's only gotten bigger, right? And that was one of the books I was like, okay, this looks interesting, and it was short. Like I was intimidated by really long books. And it's actually really interesting, and it's kind of the same thing. Like when you know someone's love language, it can go a long way to bettering communication. It's like, I know what my husband's is. His is compliments. Like being told, compliments. And that kind of shocked me because he is the quietest, most understated guy, And when I figured that out, I remember thinking, compliments? Like, I don't want compliments. So I couldn't relate to that. And it was hard for me to compliment at first. Not that I never did, but it just wasn't something I would do for the smallest reason. Like, oh, oh, that looks really good together, or wow, you're really efficient at packing your bag. Like, let's say things like that, right? Once I realized that that was something that would make him put a pep in his step, you know, what did that cost me? It cost me nothing to do. And the fact that it makes him feel so good, like that only impacts me in a good way too. So learning someone's love language can be really helpful. There's like 7 of them and I don't know them all. You know, the whole book, there's a lot of it. I'm just kind of like, you know, but there's a lot to be said. Like mine's service. I know that, oof, I'm a little bit lower on this one, you guys. I'm running into this knee pocket. Eek. I gotta raise it up, I think. Can I get it? Let's see. This is the, this is it right here. Let's see. If I made this one a lot shorter, would it be really noticeable? Yeah, I mean, well, there's that. I mean, there's priorities, right, Eliza? You got to maintain your priority. That's why I say you don't have to change yourself, you know? Yeah. Thinking does keep your... Yep. It's sometimes, I'm very confrontational, not in the like I want to fight way. I'm very confrontational about being communicative, and that is really off-putting for a lot of people because they do not want to communicate, right? So they just want you to go away. They don't want to have to articulate or explore, or and for a lot of people, it's black and white. Like you're either on their side or you're not on their side. So that's kind of a hard way to go, right? Like it's like, okay, well, what if we just talked about this and figure out what each of us needs and not decide if it's right or wrong quite yet, right? Let's just like figure out like what's going on here. What are you actually saying? Because I don't understand what you're saying, you know, or why? Like I have to know the why. But maybe that person doesn't really like to think that way. They're just like, I don't really care. Like this is how it is and that's it. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't really understand what that is. So, okay, I guess we'll just be at odds, you know. It's a choice. And I know that a lot of people just don't want to communicate, you know. So I'm very confrontational, very proactive, and I have to kind of watch that sometimes. Sometimes people just don't want to do that. Sometimes I don't need to get involved. And that's hard. That's the kind of stuff that you sit there laying in bed awake over sometimes. But the way I feel better is if I just say, this is how this is making me feel, you know, and I'm wondering what did I do to get here, and like, can we chat about this? Like, I'm sorry if I'm doing this wrong. Can we talk about it, you know? And then at least I feel like, well, I tried and I got what I needed to say off my chest, and then I can go to bed. Okay, I'm raising up this pocket, by the way, just a little bit. When I'm doing like this kind of stitching, when it's top stitching, like top stitching thread with the regular bobbin, I tend to usually use my awl to remove it. And I find I don't even think about it consciously that I do that, but I think because I'm so nervous about nicking the fabric, you know, with my seam ripper, or cutting the thread when I'm removing it. Yeah, I don't think I was Michelle before, but I also know that I want people to like me so bad, and I had to realize that not everybody's gonna like me, and that's totally okay. And then I could let it go. Hi, Carol. How's it going? You know, so how do I explain that? It's like, once I start being like that gal, once I'm just unbothered by them and I treat them the way everyone else I treat them all the same. Like at first it's hard to do it, right? You can tell you're acting different even when you're really trying not to. Once I finally go, you know what, that person doesn't like me and that's okay. Maybe I remind them, I try and give a reason. Maybe I remind them of someone that wronged them. Maybe they're feeling threatened by me. If they're feeling threatened by me, then I ask them for help on things. If they're, you know, feeling like I'm not adequate enough, I will say, what do you think I could have done better? You know, I try and like flip it that way so that then they're involved with whatever it is I feel like picking up. But if there's just like, you know, they want to dislike me, that I'm the person of the month, I'm the person they're going to dislike until someone else comes, I tend to relax about it, and then I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I'm just like, hey, so-and-so, how's it going? You know, and I just treat them like everybody else. They eventually just stop half the time. They just kind of go, oh, there's nothing there now. Or they just relax about it, and they don't perceive whatever the threat is. I don't know. But, yeah, I feel you on that, Michelle. I really do. Hopefully someday you don't have to be your friend, you know? She might not be worth your friendship. Hopefully she can at least be an ally at some point, though, if you work with her, you know? Because that helps her out, too. I feel like I'm all subjecting you all to a TED Talk today. I'm sorry. I do listen to TED Talks before I come. Yeah, exactly, Sydney. Sometimes they're just a jerk. Like there is someone in my life like that, and I'm just like, okay, whatever, and I have a line. So this is what my friend, I've told you guys this, I used to have this friend that I worked with in the garment industry, and she had seen more than I had. She was young, but she was still a little older than me, but she had worked at very trendy fashion companies. And at the time when we worked together, we were working at a children's clothing company, which while it was a big name in the industry at the time, you didn't have that kind of trendy pressure over it like you would if you were doing like 20-something clothing or women's wear or something like that. And she really was struggling with a few personalities because of what she did. And she said, and our business was going through a really weird time, which it was really complicated to explain. And it's anyway. So she said, you know what, Saremy, this is what I do. I put myself in a bubble before I go to work. And I was like, oh, brother. You know, what do you mean a bubble? And she says, in my car, right before I get out, I'm like, okay, I'm going to put a bubble around me, and only good things can penetrate the bubble, and everything else bounces off. At the time, I was really young, and I just wasn't capable of doing something like that. But that popped into my head later on when I was a little bit older, and I could manage my emotions a little bit more. And I tried that technique, and it helped me so much. Because there was someone that was so bad at where we were working at the time, like somewhere else, that helped me a lot. Not crossing the line stuff, like, you know, but at the same time, I was just like, oof, I need a protective bubble. It feels like I'm about to sew on something because of that pocket in there, and I keep worrying I'm going to. Oh, that's awesome, Michelle. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, I think once they realize, oh, you're not going to do to them what they think you're going to do. I miss being a part of a team. Oh, suit of armor. Yeah, that's kind of what she was doing. That was like 25 years ago. Oh man, it was a long time ago. Okay, so I have the flaps now to put on. My little flappy doos. Flappy doos. There were no snap placements on the pockets, so I couldn't put those on first. I was kind of disappointed. I was like, oh shoot, I really wish there was snap placements on these. This flap is barely wide enough. What the heck? So I usually butt up the flap to the pocket like this and maybe just back it off like less than 1/8 of an inch, like just a tiny bit right there, right? And then I will sew across and I'm going to enclose it. Hey Nathmi, how's it going? So let's see if we like that. We could do maybe a little bit higher. This is kind of an interesting one where I thought the hem was going to be covered up by the whole flap because it looks like that in the picture, but it doesn't quite do that. I mean, I'd have to have it right here. I like the way that looks better, to be honest, but I don't have enough room to sew it like that. So I like doing it this way too because then you don't have to have the markings and you know you're going to be even, you know, with the pocket. So. All right, so make sure your seam is pressed the right way here and it's not like bubbling. The pocket, the flap should be like 1/4 of an inch or at least 1/8 of an inch bigger, wider than the pocket, but maybe I did my seam allowance on my pocket a little too narrow. The funny thing is I used only 1/4 inch seam on my flap. Oh no, I trimmed it. Maybe I should have. It's so much pant. This is what I don't like sewing cargo pockets. It's so much pant. I'm so worried someone's gonna come in the door and be like, what's going on? Why isn't your door shut? They would never say that though. They're cool. And so I always flip it so that the flap is down and I trim this edge so that I can see I'm not going to cut my pants. Oh, nice, Sydney. I love this journey you're on. All right, can I get my stitching in there without... Kind of barely. You might have some trouble right here with your machine. This is pretty thick. I barely have the clearance I need. I can feel the pocket flap or pocket opening right there, so I'm just being really careful. Ideally, my seam allowance is going to get enclosed. Oh, cool. That looks pretty good. Yeah, me either, Sydney. That's why eventually, when I found that company, I was like, okay, this is it. This is all I'm buying now. All right, we are so close to that waist. I know you guys all are probably excited about that, and I'm sorry this is taking forever. I still have the leg strap. And the inseam. We left so much to sew today. I'm just cinching up that top stitch thread a little bit so that the tension looked better. Got my 1/8 of an inch, like from that raw edge to the top of the pocket. I feel like I'm sewing on the, am I sewing on the, no. Gosh, I was really close though. There we go. Remember when I did the men's cargo shorts? Why did those barely, like those did touch the pocket bags. Remember that? Oh, I know why. It's because men's pants are so low. That's why. These are higher. That's probably what it is. Dang, I really have to have some time between this and my 4 o'clock Zoom to sew some of my dress more together. If I have like an hour, oof, we'll see. Are you sewing? Yeah, you're sewing. I'm really pulling hard right now with my hands, and I'm also pulling this pocket down here so I don't catch the top of it. I can feel the ridge of it. That's why I know. And you really have to push hard because you have to bend it on these thicknesses here. I really like enclosing that seam allowance though. I think it looks really nice. All right, so I'll put those snaps on later for that. You know what, there's something up with this pattern. The picture shows this flap like this, like lower than that stitching line. But then your snaps are below the hem. And my snaps are below the hem right now. I don't appreciate that. Oh, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I might have to fix that later. Make sure you check. All right, so we're going to sew the leg thing. And I think we're gonna sew it so that this end is the finished end. It's very confusing that there's two sets of circles though. So you only need one of these rows of circles, and I'm not sure I will do 2 sets up there. I know it'll look cool to do that, but I think that I don't want half snaps, you know? Oh, I see why this is like this. Is because one's the left side and one's the right side. Okay, I'm gonna look at the directions for this right here because I'm not sure. I think this strap goes on the inside. It does go on the inside, but the snap goes on the outside when you do the other thing. Okay. Okay, yeah, so let's sew this. We're gonna sew this right sides together. And I'm gonna just use my top stitching thread because I'm feeling pressed for time right now. I'm trying not to get it to torque. That's why I'm like sewing like that. All right. Like that, right? I'll do this one, same thing. Are you taking off, Eliza? Oh, right, you might see me, yeah. I will definitely be done by like 6 because I can't leave the dogs any later than that because I'm on my own right now. All right, I'm going to trim around these corners like this. All right, and now I have to turn this right side out, so wish me luck. We'll see. It's kind of thick. I shouldn't have done it this way. I'm just realizing that. Okay, Terry. Have a good dinner. Have a good weekend. Thanks for your nice emails. All right. Okay, I got it out. Which bra pattern are you doing, Sydney? All right. Tuck that in there from, it's like a little thread from when I was turning it. Oh, it's so bright. Here you go. I made a new stream ending screen today. Oh, by Porcelain. You know, they contacted me, but then they stopped replying, so I forgot about that. I think that yeah, you're just reminding me. I'm hungry. Yeah, it's for the pants fitting thing. So it's the skill building session on pants fitting. Today is just really a casual one. Like, it's not the main Zoom or like video content for the pants fitting thing. It's because I'm making myself a pants form. I keep wanting to say dress form, but it's a pant form. And I'm doing the bootstrap pattern. So I just said, you know, if you want to join in and watch a little bit, just if anyone's interested in this process, I've never done it before. Oops, so it's not like I'm teaching it, you know, but if you want to join in and watch and we can figure things out together, do your own, that's what is today. So, yeah. Yeah, if anyone's interested in the pants fitting skill building session, it's like a 3-month-long thing. I'll probably start advertising it soon. You haven't missed anything yet. It just started yesterday, and it's really like the content that's dropped isn't anything you have to do anything for. So, oh, cool. That's pretty cool. There's lots of sports bra content. Neat. There we go. I'm like, why wouldn't it click that? Okay. So glad I marked my snap. This is gone. What the heck? Oh, man. Oh, cool. You guys both signed up. That's neat. So what does signing up mean? Does that mean you just paid to do something? Does it mean you're part of like a newsletter thing surrounding bra making content? Tell us all about it. Yeah, I should have done that gray floral that's on my pocket flap, the under flap of the pocket, for this. Nice, you guys. Oh, okay, an online workshop conference. Neat. I'm putting my hair, I'm really hot. All right, we're gonna put in, I'm trying to decide, do I want to put snaps in right now? Why does that look so far over? Where is it? I can barely see my markings are already moving. Nice, Anna. That's cool, you guys. Okay. Does this sit centered over the seam? I mean, kinda. Not though. Yeah, I guess it does. Let's put on these snaps. And then that way I can fulfill doing a couple. Oh wait, I need the pattern piece real quick. Because by the time I get to the waistband, I could be a little bit like ready to get going. Oh, it's a 1 o'clock, not 2 o'clock. I don't know why, but I was like, oh my gosh, I need another, at least more than an hour between the stream and the Zoom. Okay. This isn't straight and it's really bugging me. It's because that thickness of this corner is pushing it out, you know? All right. All right, so I have all my snap stuff in this little bin here, and I keep the cap together, and then the other side in these two together. So this is one, these go together, and these two go together. This is like the little post, and then this is the little part that goes into the snap top, right? So for this, we're gonna need the cap end. And I'm going to drill a little hole to make space for the post of the snap here. See, there's a little post right there. Let me see if you can see that. I think so. Yeah, I'm just going to put it right there. All right, so I'm just going to center that about 3/4 of an inch above. I'm going to put this on my table and just whack it over here. And this right here is a die that cuts a hole right here. If you don't have this, you just need to make sure that you create a hole. And I usually push my awl all the way through on both sides. And then we're going to put the cap through that hole, the post, like that. And then I set it, if you have an anvil, which is meaning one of these little things here, I set the cap in there, upside down in there like that. I put the side that goes out facing up. And then I have this little tool which has a little point on it right there, and that goes right there in the center. And I whack it hard 3 times on I'm just gonna move the camera over. I don't wanna do it on a really soft surface. So I'm just gonna move the camera over a little bit. I wanna do it on a nice firm surface. Just do 3 times and see it's stuck in there, and that's okay. And then that's it. I often place snaps when I have to, I know I can use the other one. I find the center like this by just using the other one like that. Nothing fancy. And now I'm gonna, oh, I probably did that. Was that off camera? I hope it wasn't, sorry. Make this hole here. I'm looking for the interfaced side, which is this one here. Put the post through, put it upside down in the anvil. Get the top piece, this piece always faces up. Put the tool in there. And if you're nervous about doing this, Closet Core Patterns actually has a really good tutorial on installing snaps because of their Kelly anorak. All right, so now I have my 2 leg thingies. Isn't my all? Yeah, there's my all. That's awesome. All right. So remember, this is going to wrap to the front, right? You're going to roll up your pants, right? It's going to stitch here, and then it comes around and snaps up like that, right? So you want this cap to face up. So the other side of the snap is going toward the pant. It's going to wrap around like that, right? So don't get confused. And then, like, I don't know why the markings are so far away from the seam. I think you want this centered. Okay, I'm gonna sew this centered on this seam. I'm just gonna do a stitch across the bottom of the edge there, the raw edge, like that. And then I'm gonna pull it down like this. And I'm gonna pin it and sew it from the other side with my thread, my top stitching thread. I knew this would not look good on this side, so I need to cover that up too. Now, if you want, and I'm not sure if she has you do this or not, you could put the snaps, the other one that goes, you know, to this here. You could put that on before you stitch down your strap if you put something back there to interface it, like if you want the protect your leg against it, but pretty sure you go through the whole thickness, hopefully. Maybe I should make sure. Yeah, you do it afterward. And you're supposed to put 2. I don't really want to make my snaps uneven like that, because then I would be missing 2 bottoms to my 2 tops of my snaps. They're too expensive. I'm not going to do that. If you find if I had already used 2 caps somewhere else and I had like 2 extra, but I think mine are already off by 1 that way, so I'm not going to do that again. All right, so what's this thread here? There we go. So I'm going to try and stitch around this from the right side. I'm going to make a rectangular box. If I don't make it look perfect on the other side, it's going to be okay, because honestly, it matters what it looks like on this side, so I don't want to catch my pocket. There's too much stuff here. I gotta get rid of some of this stuff. I used to always have my little tool thing right there or right here, but I started tripping on it every time I went to the surgery. All right, so now we're going to, I'm just gonna reinforce, make sure I actually did a back stitch there. I'm gonna do an X. Let's hope it's, okay, that's pretty good. All right. See you later, Sydney. Yeah, I want to mow tomorrow, and I'm like, ooh, I have to go out really early if I don't want to cook. That might be a little early for me. All right, and so then we can put the other side of our snap there. All right, so let's do the same for the other side now. But our leg strap is already ready to go. We're just gonna try and line it up to the other one so we're not reinventing the wheel. Okay, just like making sure I want it right here. Oh, I do it on the other side. Okay, remember, want this down. So we're gonna flip it up like this. I'm centering it over the seam, not the seam allowance. This one's not as close to my pocket right here as the other one was. All right, so pull this down. I'm kind of bending it. You can finish these edges, these raw edges if you want, but they're going to be enclosed with the box stitching, so it's not something you really have to worry about unless your fabric is kind of a pain in the butt. Then I might tame it, or if you're just at the serger. Ooh, let's get rid of this guy here. Okay. Get rid of some of these threads here. Make them less noticeable. But we are going to top stitch over it. All right. How long is this one? Right here and right here. Just kind of getting the general same. I noticed that Itch to Stitch came out with a new pattern recently, the Sentosa tank. Did anyone check that out? Oh! My machine got caught on the, my pants got caught on the back stitch. I checked it out. I was kind of tempted, but then I was just like, I wasn't too keen on how it was fitting a lot of the testers. I think if you have a full bust, it's like kind of one of those things where you're pretty sensitive about where pleats like that, you know, start. So I think it's cute. Okay. Whew. Anna, are you still here? I don't think Mullen's not here today either, right? That whole Critical Role thing. Do I go to their, do they have a website, thecritroll.com? And I can listen to everything from there? Or is it, do I do like the podcast thing? Or is it a YouTube channel? All right. So my box is actually lower. This is the stitching of the tab to the pant. If it were matching thread, well, you would notice it really. You do, okay, because you watched the campaign, like the video, the Twitch stream. I would just love to just watch the Twitch stream, you know, but I watch it and I'm like, I'm really enjoying it. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty cool they can do that. Yeah, you're not allowed to simultaneously stream on YouTube and Twitch. I used to. I can because I'm small, but you can't once you get to a certain level. They won't let you. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. All right. What am I at? Inseam? Inseam then waistband, right? I didn't miss anything. Inseam and waistband. We got this. Let's get to that waistband. I'm so excited about it. And I think it's going to be pretty fun to sew. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking because it's a visual thing. I know I can just listen to it, but it's not the same. And I like so many of those people. All right. I'm going to do my inseam here. And this one I'm pretty sure has easing between the knee notches. So we're going to start from one hem here. And when we get to the knee notch, they'll match. And then after that, you might have to ease between that section and the other knee notch. So here's my knee notch right here. I'm trying to get all this. There's a lot of pant going on here. And they're like pulling. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I know their schedule. I subscribe to them. All right, so now I'm at the knee notch. And so you're going to need to ease to get these in rise seams to match up. It won't be hard. You won't even notice you're easing. It's usually pretty easy. No pun intended. I feel like that show has probably become such a big part of their life. Like, they all have careers. And I'm sure at times they're like, oof, this was a fun side thing, and now it's a part of our career. Not a bad thing. That's the way the best things start in our lives, right? When they're just like this It's natural and organic that way. Get all these threads to the raw edge. Now we're going to overlock. I feel like I'm missing something. We could put the other snap on the leg, which I should have done before I just did the inseam, right? I think you can get, you're supposed to put 2. I'm only going to put 1. My hands are turning blue. Feels like jeans making. Pretty sure I need this anvil. Not sure. Okay. I think I'll go to the top of the X. Right there. It's right in the seam allowance. Maybe this was supposed to be offset of the seam allowance so that you're not going through a seam. Maybe I should have, I don't know. All right, I'm just gonna do it. It's a little overzealous, Saremy. Let's do the other one. Okay. This is pretty thick. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. I think it's too thick. I have a little anvil with the point in it. I'm pretty sure this one works good because it'll hold it there, but it's so thick. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention is that some snaps are lighter duty than others. They have different strengths to pull apart. And that's the other thing I was thinking about with wait, how, this is, yeah, that's right. With the waistband. Do I do this? No, not this one. I feel like it's not one of these. Is it? I know it's this. Yeah, it's this guy right here. He just doesn't want to sit there because it's so thick. Let's see if I can do it. I'm using this anvil or a striking post now. It has a divot right there at the top, and it goes right over this like little button. I hope this works. Okay, that's on there pretty good. Okay, that works. I don't think it's very heavy duty. These snaps feel lighter duty than the other ones I had. I think anyone you're buying snaps from, I don't, most of them I don't trust that they actually know what they're selling. No offense to some of them, but I don't think they realize that there's pull apart stuff. There's, the quality makes a big difference. All right, serger time. Oh, I have one of those, Michelle. Hi, Missy. How's it going? Hammer harder. Yeah, no one's here. A birthday game that turned into a career. Oh, that's funny. It is hot. Where are you at, Missy? Because it is hot here. Yeah, I want to see mine, Michelle. It's super cute. And you know who gave it to me? Needle Sharp. I never use it, though. So I don't really feel like it's that necessary. I just think it's kind of overkill, to be honest. I don't really think it's necessary. I never use it. It's very slippery on top, and although you can strike really hard on it, you're still, you know, striking something on the table too. So, okay. I'm gonna put the overlock, the fronts up, facing up. I like my overlock stitching to be on the front. Oh God, look at how uneven this is. Who sewed this? Oh my gosh. They should practice. I'm going to do the hem. And the other hem. We start at the inseam. I have a cut in my hem. I don't know if you guys can see that. Whoops. Look at all these threads still in this seam here. It's time for the waistband. Oh, there you go. That's a good thing. It's not, I don't want to say it's that slippery, but I just don't feel like it's gonna change anything. Isn't it cute? Yeah, a little paperweight. Oh, a phoenix. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I know it's 107 in where Emily is, and she's in Oklahoma, and it's it's supposed to be 100 here, but I'm up in Paradise, so it's a little bit cooler. Cast iron. Give it to your favorite tiny blacksmith. I'm going to give it to my thread master who lives in my drawer so he can strike the iron when he means business. And he's like, no threads, stay there. You know? He needs a prop. I'll give him a little hammer and an anvil instead of a, you know, like a little whip. All right, these threads were hand tied. I'm going to trim a few things here. Start looking them over. They're looking good. Anytime I do the top stitch thread, man, it just kind of sucks in there. It's so thick. Hey, see this? Oh, I hate that. Makes it look so much nicer if you can get rid of it, see? All right. Okay. Let's get all our pieces out, because there's quite a few. So she utilizes a stretch stitch, meaning a zigzag for this, and 112. Oh, man. Acme. I am in paradise. How often do you get to say that in your life? What was I gonna say? I don't know. Yeah, 112. That's just a lot. It's too early for that, you know. Saremy, you have recommended snap? Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a snap crisis as far as who I recommend buying them from right now. To be honest, we've been talking about it in the guild a little bit. I have bought them from Maker's Fabric, Closet Core, Blackbird, and Waywack. Somewhere in there, one set wasn't great. And I don't know who it was because they all got mixed. So, I'm not the best person for that kind of recommendation. You might also try somewhere like Sailrite, R-I-T-E, or sail as in a boat, and or Gold Star Tool. I think both of those places, because they specialize in hardware and things like that for marine application and just like, well, Sailrite does. They're going to talk about the differences and like the pull apart strength. I don't know what that's called, but that, you know, I think that's where if I started doing any research, I'd look at those two sites to see what they have. Waywack's great for so many things. I just feel like they're going to get the most economical, quantity-wise type of bundle. And it doesn't mean that maybe it's the right spring snap for your project. As far as the ring snaps go, not spring snaps, which is what I was just putting on. Ring snaps, I got the set with the purple tool that it looks like this. It's like comes to a point at each end. I got that from them and it works amazing. And I highly recommend if you get a set of snaps from somewhere that comes with a tool, don't skip the tool. I have never had a snap not work using that tool. But spring snaps are this kind. They have this little like spring mechanism in there. That's different. It's 75 in Massachusetts. Wow, Nancy. All right. So these are our pattern pieces. We have this rib. See, now you can really see it on this light. See that? It's pretty chunky. We have this ribbing. We have this waistband, and then we have 4 fronts, 2 are interfaced. Sorry, it's really bright right now. And then we have 2 back waistbands. We also have this right front waistband, and we have a left front waistband, which is this piece right here. Right here, like this, and like this. Okay, so those are our pieces that we have, and your elastic. You need your elastic. I think it's 1 1/4 inch or 1 inch elastic. So I'm gonna look at the elastic chart. And I'm gonna kind of just make sure here. if this were like this, I'm going to do a little bit of hocus pocus here on my waist. No, the spring snaps don't work with the purple tool. Completely different style of snap. Ring snaps are the kind that are actually a ring and they have prongs. So they have like the pokey prongs on them. They still have a top and a bottom, and then they have a, you know, like the a top and a bottom per assembly. Plus they have the top of the snap and the bottom of the snap when they snap together. So you have 2 pieces and 2 pieces and they snap together. They still have 4 pieces. 2 of the pieces are the same for the each set. So you can use the same ring with prongs for each of the top portion that snaps to the bottom portion. I'm really explaining this like it's so complicated, but spring snaps are more like what you see on a jacket. You wouldn't use ring snaps on the front of a jacket, right? That's the way I would put it. They're more like for, like, think of if you've ever changed a diaper on a baby and you open up the snaps on the inseam of their onesie. Those are ring snaps. They're also called cap snaps. They have cap versions of those. This is like World of Snaps is kind of big. So if my elastic was, let's see, 34.5 is what they recommended. This is how I'm going to test it. Like, I think this is the kind of thing that paralyzes someone from going further on a project. They're like, what if it's the wrong elastic length? Well, I'm just going to test it. I just pinned all my pattern pieces together. Now I'm going to take this piece of, I have a ton of this stuff, but I am going to cut it. If you didn't want to, you could just leave it to the roll, kind of pin the roll. You probably don't have a roll like this. And now I'm going to put the elastic on here too. Ow. Like this. And I'm overlapping it 1 inch because it's a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So 1/2 inch, 1 inch, right? Other people have other snap tool things, Michelle, that they really like too. Some people have like the kick press. Wait, it's not called that. What's it called, the press? Oh, geez, that wasn't strong. I forgot. I'm just overlapping this right here to that notch because I'm pretty sure it goes like this. So let's pin this too. I'm kind of stretching the limits of my pins here. I'm going to slip this on. I'm just going to step into it. Really carefully. Ouch. Obviously not careful enough. I have shorts on, so don't be creepy. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. It's not very tight. I might even want it a little tighter. Yeah, because you don't want it to be too tight because otherwise what happens if it's too tight, it'll ride up. It'll go to the smallest part on you, you know? So, hey, I'll shut my door. It's just so hot. So I just put this where I know where the pants sit. They sit about right here. Because if your elastic is too tight, even if it feels good, like you're like, oh, this kind of feels good, like this kind of stretch. If it's smaller, like if it wants to contract, it's going to try and work its way up here, like whoop, right? And then it pulls your pants up your butt. So you don't want that to happen. So make sure it's kind of relaxed where you think they're going to sit. Yeah, I think so, Michelle, but there's other kinds. There's all kinds. It's a huge, huge topic. All right, I think I'm going to take a chance with that because I know it's also going to stretch out a little bit when I sew it on because it's going to be inside denim and it's also going to be in a seam. So remember that about your elastic too. That when it's slightly being sewn while stretched, it will have less return. It's kind of like, fine, I'll stay stretched out, you know. All right. Let me get the waistband instructions out, but I read them through and I think I know exactly what we're doing today. So one step that she has you do is put the elastic inside the ribbing. Fold your ribbing wrong sides together, all right? And you want this elastic to sit at the top, the fold edge there, right? I'm going to sew across the end here to secure it. Oh, I changed out of top of thread. Don't twist your elastic. Look at mine is almost the same size as my ribbing. I might be using the elastic from the size above this. No, I did a 14, right? Yeah, I think, yeah, there is one where you step on, like a kick press. Doesn't Nancy, don't you have one of those? I don't know if she's here. She just doesn't know. She's not looking at chat. She's listening. I'm pretty sure she has one. All right, so one of the things she recommends is, you know, folding it. Line up your notches. Make sure you don't get any torquing. Push that elastic towards the top there. And she recommends zigzagging the elastic right here along this edge, just basting it on. I'm not going to do that. So if you want to do that, go for it. I think it's fine. I actually started getting out like different thread, and I was like, ooh, maybe I thought the stitch was going to show, that zigzag basting stitch was going to show, and I was like, ooh, I could have some fun with this. Maybe I'll try using my serger without the knife, you know, and having that look on the down the middle, or using my cover stitch, the other side of my cover stitch. Isn't there another notch over here somewhere? Maybe not. That looks like a notch right there. But then I realized this elastic, it does get sewn into the seam. So even though it's not fully to the edge here, you catch the elastic in the seam. So, all right. So now let's sew our waistband together. Definitely want to make sure you have your centers notched on that center back. And then on my front, I wanted to make sure I didn't confuse what the side seam was compared to the front seam. So that's why I have it still pinned here. And I think I notched it for that reason alone. Yeah, these are notched right here. Make sure they're the same. This is the kind of pattern piece that a factory floor would make you make symmetrical, even if it wasn't. They'd be like, make that symmetrical. And she did. I feel like she's an industry trained pattern drafter. Like she used to do that because she does a lot of little things like that. It's great. All right, so we got these pieces. We're going to set these aside for now. And we're going to sew the interface. Well, that looks terrible. Interface pieces to interface pieces at the side seam. So the, is it the notch? Maybe that's the notched edge. Wait a second, let me make sure. Maybe the notched edge is the side seam. Yeah, the notched edge is the side seam. Glad I checked. Yeah, of course it is, because that's the one on the back. Okay. So do your interfaced ones to your interfaced ones and your non-interfaced ones. Oh yeah, so Nancy does have it. That's what I thought. There you go, Michelle. Tabletop one that you use your hands to press down. Okay. Let me turn down that brightness for y'all. Sorry about that. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, they're quite an investment. And you have to get different dies for different size snaps, right? I'm going to press the seams open. This interfacing isn't sticking over here. Now do this one here. Oh, you're actually sewing nice. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, Michelle, is it does a lot, but you have to buy things to go with it, I'm pretty sure. So it's kind of limiting. I would look at what kinds of snaps you want to do, and then base what you want to do based on that, what you want to buy. Oh, that was nice. All right, so we're going to sandwich this together. You know, maybe I will put a few, actually I am going to put a couple of tacks in this elastic. I want to just make sure it stays towards that fold in, so I'm just going to do a little tack right here. Just a few stitches. Maybe right here. That way I can get rid of my pins. This will be in the seam allowance, barely. And then I won't have to fight it, staying close to the fold edge. You don't want it to like dip down, you know? And then you'd have this like slack bit at the fold. Push it down. So you could do a little zigzag if you want. I don't have that. I'm not going to set up my machine for that. And I think overlocking without the knife is too much. Yeah, exactly. Like an old-fashioned pump handle. It goes. We had kick presses like you did it, you stepped on it. That's pretty industrial though. Getting rid of my long tail that my bobbin or my top thread does every time I start a seam so that that doesn't show. All right, so now I'm going to take your ribbing here and see all my little tacks there. Can you see there's one right there? We're going to put the interior curve along the raw edge here like this. So we're going to line all this up like this. And let's see, is there a little notch? You're going to have to stretch this as you sew. See, look at that. All right, so line up your notches. I'm going to get the clips out. You're sewing today too. A side gusset for a cushion you're recovering. Oh, wow. Are you doing that for someone else? I'm going to sew this all in one go. I'm just going to warn you. So I'm going to add the other waistband to this in just a second. That's how we roll around here. You don't have to do that. The reason I do that is because if I did one seam and then I did the next one, the chance of me getting that sewn perfectly where my other stitch doesn't show it's kind of less likely, right? So there, I'm making a sandwich here. I'm lining up all of my seams like this. See, and see all that slack? We're going to stretch it. You don't have to stretch it much. It's going to be fine. And we're making a knit waistband sandwich right now. It sounds pretty yummy. I was a little concerned about this knit, and I actually think it's going to be really perfect for this. All right, put that away. And now we're going to overlock this long edge. Well, that's nice of you, Missy. I can't say I'm that nice. hundreds of different dyes. Just buy them as I need or want them. It's about 50 bucks every time you want to dye. Oh. Ooh, yeah, that's a lot of investment. Okay. No pins. You're going to be managing a lot right here, right? Okay. So now when you have to stretch this, you're going to stretch it, then you're going to sew. Remember, we don't stretch as we sew. You hold it stretched. I'm going to trim off a little bit so that I catch the elastic, and because it's a 1/2 inch seam. This is a little bit of a curve, so you got to be careful you keep your knit waistband lined up. I got a little away from me there. All right, reset. See how we have this curve? We have this curve here. So the knit is straight, so it wants to poke up above that curve. So I'm going to pull this, line up the center here, and then hold that and just work on that little section right now. So I'm holding it stretched. And sometimes what I do, we don't want this sucking back in like that, is I'll also hold it from the back a little bit so I can keep it nice and stable. My fabric is too thick right there, so it's sucking into the... I'm going to trim it. It didn't get trimmed. There we go. It's really thick right there with the seam allowances open and the elastic. My machine's like, I don't know about that. I don't blame it. I don't want to pop a thread right now, though. But it's having trouble cutting. It doesn't feel too thick. That's the funny thing. Like when it's sewing, it's eating it up nicely. You can see how this edge is ruffling. That's because it's a curve. So make sure you're catching all 4 layers. 5 if you include the elastic. I need to be trimming more, and then maybe it wouldn't be doing this thing that it's doing right now. See that? Stomped in. I'm a little off too. See if I can ease that in there. The presser foot is pushing the top layer of fabric toward me, which is getting it off. Okay, here we go. Whew. Just gotta get to these different landmarks. So same thing here. Find our halfway point. Stretched. Okay, now we're just going to focus on this. But why is this one so long? Oh, I know why. It's the interfacing. Ah. My interfacing shrank this piece. It's a little shorter. Okay. That's why. Okay, so let's hold these layers. I need to trim more so it stops sucking in there. That is working. Focus on that seam line. Remember, like if you stay on your seam line, it's going to have a better chance of lining all up perfectly. See, I'm having a lot of trouble because this top layer is a little longer because of that interfacing. Make sure these are still lined up. Yeah, I got a lot to make up here. We're doing it. Okay, I'm at this thick juncture again, so I'm going to be careful. Oh yeah, see, it didn't want to cut that. There, now I know the limit to what it's willing to do. I'm going to trim this for it. Am I going to trim this for it? Maybe I'm not. There we go. There we go. I just had to help my machine a little bit. We'll walk it a little bit. There we go. All right, home stretch. Come on. It's my foot pedal is stuck on something, so sorry it seems like it's probably scary. It's not. It doesn't want to cut that though. It's not good. It's going to look pretty bad. It's a good thing it's inside of a seam. All right, pull down this rib to line up. She doesn't say to serge this, by the way. I just didn't want to use a zigzag. I just got a tuck too. Well, shoot. It's the sewing drama you guys live for. I'm gonna let that top one just hang off there. I got one tuck there. Boy. Phew, all right, let's see where we're at. Little knit sandwich. I think what you got is an investment. 50 bucks for a die each time? No way. All right, so this is how it's looking. You have the knit and the denim all one. Why did it get dark all of a sudden? It was like too bright before, huh? Where's that tuck? It's on my inside one, so do I let it fly? Because it is serging. Maybe what I'll do is sit here and kind of, if I work on it a little bit, this goes for tucks that are sewn on a single needle machine, like a straight stitch too. Sometimes you can flatten out the tuck without taking out your stitching. It's always worth a try. Just kind of scratch it with your nail and push it around and see if you can kind of get it to disappear. It's still there a little bit, but that's not bad. All right, I think we get to top stitch this. I'm really hoping we do. Trim and grade seam, turn waistband down, right sides out, press, edge stitch next to seam through all layers. Do you think a project like this would be better sewn in 4 parts? So then it would be 5 streams dedicated to one project. Here, we can make it a real pole. Oh, can we? Oh, I can only do yes or no. Okay, so I'm going to press the seam allowances down. I'm not going to grade them because they're overlocked. And now we're going to top stitch this. Make sure that you keep your seam kind of stacked. You know, you don't want it to go like this, right? So make sure you're pulling this under edge here. Yeah, I think Sydney left, but man, her cats, they really love the sewing room. and not always in her favor. I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. Oh, there's my basting stitch on one. So if you had zigzagged that whole edge, as long as you were okay with the zigzag showing and maybe, oh, look at that, it not being an equal amount showing along the edge here, you know, like it might like dip below. I'm just curious, like, what do you think it would be better to make something like this, you know, a cutting stream and then 4-part sewing stream? That's the 5th one's the cutting stream, if that's what you mean. Well, that's pretty nice. All right, now we get to attach it to the pant. And remember your zipper, all right? Because this is when you're really happy if you had a zipper that was the right length and it doesn't, the teeth don't extend up to the waistline edge. Let me get rid of some of my little basting stitches here right now while it's easy. I'm surprised that you can see my basting stitch. Like, I thought that that would get definitely caught in the seam. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Oh, you do? Okay. I feel like, I think one thing I'm learning is I go way too fast and I do too much. And I think if I slow down, or even if I don't, it's not that I'm slow down like in the moment, but like not throw so much at you. Come on. Don't you hate it when you think you got it and then you pull it and then you're like, great, now I know I'm tightening it. That the problem is live streams aren't great how-tos. I mean, I just had someone leave a comment on something and she was like, I am crazy. I've been here for an hour and a half and we haven't even started cutting or something like that. And I'm just like, I mean, it's a live stream. It's not a how-to, you know. And I replied that, you know, I laughed along with her, you know. I don't know what to do about that. Like, it's like, yeah, it's a live stream. I don't owe anybody a how-to, but I like helping. All right, so we're going to sew this to this waist edge here. We are not going to sew this to this waist edge. Wait a minute. Did I do something wrong? No. Wait, I have to look at this. This is so interesting how this does this. Okay. Oh yeah, you stop shy. It should end at a notch at the center front. So, I mean, there's a notch right there. There's a notch here. Is it this notch right here? Like that? Exactly, Michelle. Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, Missy, there would be timestamps on every project, right? And the ones we have of almost all have been generated by you guys, which is great. I don't go back and do the timestamps. And it's like one of those things, it's like the chicken and the egg, right? Maybe if I did, it'd get more views, which mean we'd get more ad revenue. But it doesn't, so I don't. All right, I think that's a dart right there. And that's the center back, right? Okay. And this is the side seam here. Right? Okay. This is really thick right here. It's a little bit off too. The other two fronts for left and right. Wait, what? Does it end? What I want to know is, does it end lined the raw edge? It does. Okay, I like that. The raw edge lines up to this notch. So you see this little notch right here? This was our fly. It's different. It's this one right here. Okay. So do your side seams and your centers. See how that doesn't look like it fits? But that's because once you have it lined up on the seam line, it's going to be just fine. So don't worry about it. Plus this edge here is a little relaxed because it hasn't been interfaced and it's just been kind of chilling, you know. See, it'll all line up. Okay. Did I get that on the side seam there? Yeah. All right, and so this one goes to there, I think. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, but we only want to do, oh, I just did this wrong. Sorry. Sorry. I mean, you could overlock this waistband on, honestly, but I'm going to clean finish it like you're supposed to. So, and I'm going to do it my way. This is not the way she has you do it. I'm going to sew it with the inside to the inside of the pant first. Just like I always do on waistbands, right? So I have the center back, right? That's the center back. Lined up, right side to wrong side here. Separate them, okay? It's a funky pin. Like this, so we go up to that edge right there. And I think I'm going to leave the top stitching thread on because my last seam is top stitching, so I would just be switching it anyway. All right, so inside, raw edges, line up to that notch, 1/2 inch seam, and now we sew. And I kind of wish my pants were in, okay, right side out, so I'm going to switch it. Oh, sorry, Fiona, I just didn't understand what you said. I'm getting punchy too. Oh, I know, Carrie Ann. I want to comment sometimes too and just be like, what the heck? Why are you saying that? But I only ever log in as this account, you know, so. I will comment on people's how-tos that I find really useful though. It's even sewing ones, and I don't care that I didn't come up with it. How could one person know all of it? There's no way. So I'm just kind of pulling this down and keeping those raw edges lined up because they're different the edges are different shapes. They're different curves to each other. The waistband's a little flatter and straighter, or the line, sorry, on the pants. While the waistband that I'm sewing on is really curved, right? So it wants to sit above, but we want it to line up on the seam line. This is such a lot of work for these pants, and I really love that she made a pattern like this, since I love doing interesting things like this. Okay, we're almost to the front. And so yeah, I kind of like pull it away. That's the seam line, and I actually kind of track it with my nails like that all the time. Just kind of making sure I'm staying on that seam line. All right, and I guess we're going up to right here. That worked like perfect. This is so weird. Okay. Now we're going to clean finish this. This is too big of a seam allowance. I'm going to take that out a little bit. Oh, and you know what? Actually, what I'm going to do right now, and you should too, is make sure when your fly is zipped, that this top edge here is even, left and right. You see how this one's a little taller? Get rid of that now. Because if you use that as your edge, then your waistband won't line up along the seam. Wow, Carrie Ann. Yeah, I'm in a sewing vloggers group on Facebook, and people get funny comments like, you know, and I don't know why, I don't get the comments they get ever. But, you know, like one of them was like asking, or not asking really, but just saying, oh, I'm kind of wondering about what to do. As soon as you say, I wonder what I should do about this, that for some reason is some open invitation to get comments. And I understand it. Like, I am also like, oh, they are trying to solve a problem, and I would like to solve this problem with them, you know? And, but there's something about the phrasing of that kind of pondering it invites answers. And she was pretty, you know, felt kind of hurt by them. But even though most of them were like she asked in some way in their opinion. I didn't watch the video. And so it's like, you got to be prepared. If you're wondering, you took the time to record a video, edit it, do all of that, and you're wondering about anything, looks like you're looking for help sometimes to people. This right here is I have such a wide seam allowance right here, you know? It doesn't look this wide on this side, but it does on that side. So I'm just going to back this up a little bit. Oh, yeah. I did music one time, too, and everyone was like, no music. I was like, I can't even hear it. And I'm sure some of you were in here that said that. I was like, okay, sorry, I won't put music in a video. I think that has to do with the way people listen to videos with headphones. It must appear differently for different people. Because they're like, that music was so distracting. And I'll listen to it, I'm like, I can barely hear it. So it must have been what they use. All right. I'm just straightening this seam allowance out a little bit more. I didn't do a very good job, so. I am not the straightest sewer, am I? Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, now we're going to clean finish it. And we did it that way because it's easier to finish it on the right side. Oh, no. It was a long time ago, like on a how-to. Sorry, no, you guys, you're fine. I keep putting my hand in the knee pad pocket. No, it wasn't that, you guys. It was a long, long time ago. No, I think you guys, by and large, I think a couple people are like, eh. But, yeah, it creates a vibe, right? For the Ask a Sew question show. Okay. So now we're going to pin around. These could have definitely had a part 3, I think. Or I could have been more productive the other day when I was messing around with all the top stitching stuff and sewed a bit more. All right, so we're going to pull, we're going to turn under the edge and make sure it covers up our seam, just barely. And remember, you want to pull on it really good so it's nice and flat on the inside. Aw. Yeah, that was the Chilled Cow channel, which now is called, I think, Lo-Fi Girl. Lo-Fi Girl? I think that's what it's called, Lo-Fi Girl. Because it's the one with the little girl studying and her cat's in the window. I also listen to the Apple Music chill radio station. If you like that kind of music, for me, that's the only kind, that's not the only kind, but it's still, when I put that on, everything else kind of just fades away and I can focus. If I put like a fan on, you know, that would help. Anything that's kind of white noise or brown noise type of stuff, that really helps me focus. And that music, for some reason, it does. Sewing and dance music. Well, you know, Andrea from Sew to Fit, she has a little like dance portion sometimes. It's pretty cute. They get up, they dance a little bit. Smart. We need to do our sewing exercises, which I'm not even doing right now. Let alone getting up and dancing. That'll be the day. Anytime I dance near my dogs, they're like, "What are you doing? What's going on? I don't like this." All right, so I'm just kind of, it's a little fussy. The curve makes this kind of fussy. So when you pull on it, like right here, to get this nice and smooth on the inside, it can kind of feel like it needs to dip down further. Ouch, 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 jeez. That looks pretty good. Okay. All right, Sue. Have a nice night. Yeah, she does. She does, Ray. I know. Oh. We're still here, Terry. We're pulling an all-nighter, which means I'm going till 3. I have to log off at 3 so I can eat and start sewing my dress form. I'm a little concerned right now. I really wanted it to be almost sewn. This dress form is like, it's like I'm squeezing in a major project in between everything right now. But it's so essential and it's going to be really great. So it's worth it. Like, it's motivating. I can't wait for the stand to arrive that I designed because I'm really hoping it worked because I got all this like pipe. I put this link to this video of this gal doing the spray and foam form. She makes a mold of herself, and she does it all by herself. She makes a mold of herself, and then I can't remember the name of her channel, but I linked it in the guild because Libby was saying she's going to try spray foam. I was like, oh, I've seen this before, and I've actually wanted to try this gal's method. And it didn't dawn on me until this morning that the stand that she makes means that you would have to, you couldn't put pants on it because it goes up one leg. I am Missy. She does mention that she likes to drape pants though, so that would work for her, but it wouldn't work if you wanted to try on pants if the legs were sewn. You know what I mean? So that's something I just now, like, dawned on me now that I'm doing my own and I'm looking to ways to hang it up. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right. It's KFC Saturday. It's KFCS. Come on, Ray. Get on the schedule. Or isn't it Zaxby's usually? You usually do Zaxby's, I thought. We don't have that here. All right. We're going to sew this now. Make sure you're not going to get any torquing, right? Whole spiel. I'm going to do this with my hands. I'm kind of pulling it because the waistband has that gentle curve. So I'm going to try and kind of make sure the curve is kind of in that shape, and it'll lay better while I sew it. It'll be easier to do. And I can also prevent torquing. I'm going to use my awl to kind of push the fabric like that so it doesn't push this top layer toward me. I have a lot of pressure on my presser foot because that's how I prefer it. And then I finally get to do the waistband piece that I've been thinking about since forever. Because I'm kind of curious if I have a way to do it that might look a little nicer. Because I don't really like the way it looks right now. Oh, that scared me. I broke my thread. Nice, Ray. I had to go to town yesterday to pick something up from a store. And I really squeezed it in, like, I wanted to get home to the dogs and all that. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get myself a to-go meal, like a burger. I wanted a burger. But there's a weird trend in this area. I don't know. Do you guys have this where you live? Where they don't dress your burger for you. They have like a condiment bar with the lettuce, the tomato. So it's great, you know, like if you're picky or you have a way you like to do it, or you want to do extra this or more of that or less of that, you get to do everything you want. Awesome. Unless you're ordering to go. You're ordering to go, then you have to go and dress your burger and all that. So it's not quick. It bugs me. I'm like, just put a bunch of stuff on the side and I'll do it at home, you know? So I didn't do it. I was kind of bummed. I was like, I don't want a burger from one of the other, like a fast food place. I wanted it like from, you know, a place. Did I just break the thread again? No, I didn't break the thread again. All right. Just hand walking it while I get through that stiffer stuff. Oh, but I did miss the... Shoot. I missed the threading spot right there. Let's hope it'll sew okay. So can you imagine you go to pick up burgers for 6 people and you're the person picking them up? There isn't a window. You have to go in and pick it up. it is a burger joint, but it's not a fast food place. So you can imagine, like, I want this, I want that, this is what I want. You just be like, ugh. And all of them do it. There's 3 of this one chain in town that are all owned by the same people. And then there's another one. And for some reason, they both do it this way. It was probably something like they compete with each other to do it. Or someone was like, you should do it the way the other people do. I don't know. I haven't lived here long enough to know. But, I don't like it. And up here in Paradise, well, like, you're lucky if anything's open. Hey, Martina. Label! Martina. Dang it. You guys are slacking. Shouldn't have told me, Martina. Shouldn't have told me. Yeah, exactly, Ray. It is not a spontaneous event. Oh, that scares me when the thread breaks. This thread is, it doesn't really like top stitching as much as my other one. It's cute. A lot of cotton in it, too. It's probably not the greatest top stitching thread. I don't think it's cotton wrap polyester. Just realizing that. Maybe I could pull up some stitches on one of my pockets and put it under the pocket. How's that? All right. Thick seam time. At least now I could thread that spot. We're so close to done, you guys. So close. It's okay. You don't have to stay. I'm just saying. I'm so excited. Literally wore this outfit so I could put jeans on. Like I wanted like a 2-piece outfit, you know? Not just a dress. I'm wearing the skirt that I'm going to be sewing next week, but next week I'm making like a utility version of it. So I'm going to make the skirt part out of something sturdier than just a knit. Yeah, exactly, Ray. Yeah, that's smart, Terry. I mean, usually I pin it. You see me. I like pin it to the piece so I remember. I forgot. All right. Looking good, though. Where's those spots that I had to... There we go. Oh, it's getting so hot in here now that the door is shut, probably. All right. Now to this weird little piece. All right. All right. All right. So we need to finish this front waistband piece, right? This is kind of scary. If you haven't done something like this before, this is the stuff, right? So what she says to do is pull these edges here, right? And you're going to sew this, whoops, right sides together like this, right? I'm just going to walk myself through it for some ideas. Why is this not big enough? This is so not big enough. What? This isn't big enough. I mean, it looks big enough. Okay. So I'm thinking if you do this and then you turn it, I wonder if you could go this and then up. All right. If you could go like this, sew across, clip and pivot, go up, and then you'd be left with that. This is my idea. Okay, so then this is what you would have to work with, right? Then you could top stitch this down and then edge stitch. You could actually go like this, right sides together, and then you just have to finish that edge. So the way you're supposed to do it is sew this like this, right? It barely fits. You sew that seam like that, pull it over like this. You awkwardly sew this in together. I love her photo tutorial shows the other one, which is much bigger, so it's be really hard. You sew that, and then you just have to sew the end. All right, let's check our waist first. Is everything lined up? Everything's lined up right here, because we got to match that. This one's straight up. That one's at an angle. Let's try it both ways, and we'll make our assessment afterward. So this needs to stick out 1/2 inch past the zipper, like this. Whoops, 1/2 inch past. I had that pulled back, like this, right? So basically, you're sewing this. This is such a strange thing to do. So my raw edge is lined up with the raw edge of the pant here. And my teeth are in this seam, so I have to be really careful. This is gonna go, this edge is gonna go 1 inch past this edge, because remember you have a 1/2 inch seam allowance, so it's in the middle there. So that's why. But you're not gonna sew at the whole thing. You're gonna stop right here, right? This is what I'm gonna do, like this. In fact, I'll just fold this over. I'm kind of doing what she did, but just a little differently. All right, so in fact, what I think too is, because I'm doing this from the inside going to the outside, I know I'm thinking out loud, sorry. Because of the ribbing, there's no way you could do the, well, there is a way you could do it, but it would be hard to close your pants if the ribbing went to the center front. It would be kind of a weak thing to put a snap in. This is pretty, you know, it's not an uncommon way to do things. It's just tricky to sew. All right, so I think I'm gonna err on the side of being above this seam line here. Like that, okay. Let's try this. We're gonna see how we like this. If we don't like it, we'll do her method on the other one. The other one will be easier. This one's the harder one, I think. Where's the zipper? There it is, okay. I'm just gonna walk my needle past the zipper. Hopefully I don't cut my thread. Oh no, I just had to skip stitch. Great. Maintain your seam allowance right here, because this is going to meet up on the other side. All right, so that's what I did. Okay, and that seam is up here. Yeah, see? Yeah. There's my back stitch right there. So let's clean that up a little bit. So right now, anything we see right now is going to get covered up by the other side of the waistband. So we're okay. We can kind of, you know, we're okay. All right, so now, oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. This isn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to pivot. I wanted to pivot and go up. You guys. I got to keep track of my experience here. Let's just take out this little bit here. That's right. I wanted to go up the side. I was like, wait, why am I edge stitching this blind now? Okay. Okay, there. Let's go from this way. Where's my zipper? Okay. I don't have to deal with the zipper. So I'm going to go to that corner right there and right there. I'm going to cut up to it. Because you can't have a raw edge at the center front. I'll explain in just a second. Oh, this might be too hard. Let's see. Yeah, this might not work either. I mean, you could, but I think it's too hard. Yeah, there's no way you'd want to explain this in home sewing instructions. Boy, good thing that's the inside because it's going to look a little bad. See right there at that corner. Okay, so the reason you can't make the whole waistband is, so say you made the whole waistband, right? And it was clean finished and everything, right? And now you just have this waistband. The ends are clean finished. It's just, you just have two long raw edges at the bottom. So when you went to put this on, you'd have to be able to clean finish it. Well, you could. I mean, that's what you do with a regular waistband. But this doesn't have that kind of capability. Like you can't do that with this right here. This is, ugh. All right, now I'm gonna sew this here, this end. There's definitely an easier way to do this though. It's just not coming to mind because I'm looking at these pattern pieces. But you're probably right. You probably could just assemble this whole thing and then put it on. All right, so now I have two clean finished edges. I just need to clean finish these. I think I'm gonna get a better result with this, but it's really hard. It's like kind of fussy, you know? You're kind of fighting this height here too. You see that? Like, it looked like it was the right, it looked like it was the right length, but, so Oh, this is something. I really like it when I don't fold this edge up. So I'm going to unfold this edge right here, and it'll make a big difference. Yeah, I need to eat lunch, Eliza. I'm almost done. I need to be done by like 3. Okay. I just want to sew this unfolded like that. That way when I go to finish this edge right here, I can wrap my seam allowance around it. Oof, let's get rid of all this though. All this hoo-ha. We don't like hoo-ha. See, we can wrap it like that. Except for my seam rip stitches. It would look good. Let's tighten that up too. Oh yeah, I have a little gap. Look at that. Yeah, I'm glad I checked that out. All right. Okay. Tops of thread's kind of like dooming me here. Look at those. Get rid of this. If it's one thing you ever learn from me, if you get rid of those threads, sometimes that's all you got to do and it'll look better. That still looks like a little loose. Yeah, I know. Well, and I'm not showing you the way she has you do it, but I hate to say this, but I just didn't think it looked that good. So I know what this can look like, and so I'm just trying to figure out a way to get it to look like that, you know? I have a tuck right there that I'm just ignoring right now. It's so short, like I can barely get that to fit right there. I must not have been very accurate with my seam allowance. Ah. Yeah, kind of bummer, because if this is fiddly for me, then I feel like that's the gauge sometimes for people. They're like, oh, if Saremy had to fiddle with it, forget it. Okay. It's narrower at the top, and that's just me. So it looks nicer, I think, except for my tuck right there, on the inside. Like I'm starting off with a good, you know, place. Where's the zipper at? Right there. I have to remember the zipper's right there. All right, so now I'm going to top stitch it. And this is what I think where it kind of looks, like I looked at the photo tutorial and I was like, yeah, but that doesn't look that great. Plus you're starting and you have to, yeah, I'm going to start right here. I wouldn't start there. Don't start right there, okay? Don't start at your center front. I'm too hungry to explain why, but just start right there. Okay, I'm going to get this back in there. I've explained why a million times. All right, I just want to get that in there. I really want it to line up with my other stitching, and that's kind of where I think this falls short, because it's pretty hard to do that. But I do only have to worry about the way this looks on the right side, which is nice. And having that distance tighter than rather than too loose is better. Yeah. So true, right, Martina? I think it's a motivating factor, right? You're like, I'm so close. But I also think this is the kind of thing people won't finish them for. And there's not really a backup plan. If you got this far and you're having trouble with this part, then you can't really like substitute in something else, you know? Okay, I'm approaching my zipper. Okay, tuck that in there. No, do not, we're not having stitches right now. That is just really unacceptable and inappropriate. I'm just gonna say it. Wow. I just probably made it worse by doing that. You know what? If you have a skip stitch, don't do what I just did, because what I just pulled my machine back and went over it again. What you can do is you can take a bobbin thread and then go up and stitch the stitch that's missing. You know what I mean? Like you just pull it in. I can't describe right now, but because I had some pop stitches on some jeans, but the bobbin thread was just too weak and it broke. And the top stitching thread was all there intact. So I just took a bobbin and thread and pretended like I was the bobbin. Okay, I survived. My pants survived. They're gonna be good. They're gonna be good pants. But look at, I'm a little narrow at the top there. See, look what I did there. That doesn't look that great either. Oh. All right, I'll try the other side like her method, because I trust her. Like, she's really good pattern drafter. She probably tried a bunch of things and was like, this is the easiest way. And so, let's see. First do this. I'm actually not going to fold up my edge, but I am going to just sew this like this. So fold it right sides together and make sure you have to really pull down tight. I'm gonna hang this down past my waistband, a little less than the 1/2 inch seam, because that's about all I'll probably get. Exactly, Michelle. There's my fold line right there. So, you know, this is pretty thick. So that's why you really got to shove it up there. I'm going to start sewing to hold it rather than using pins. All right, now I'm going to keep adjusting. Straighten out your pants a little bit. Now I'm stuck. I barely have anything to turn under. All right, and then now you pulled over here. Oh, I just got so nervous. Mine's barely gonna reach. Look at that. You need it to reach. Like, I can barely, I'm gonna have to ease that in there. Exactly. The hammer, iron, beat it into submission. You know, it's just like in knitting, blocking it. Okay, sew this end right sides together. And I'm going to do a very small seam allowance. She even says, we're human, so this may not match up. I love that. Because we're human. I love that she gives a reason. So this is what I don't like, is that now you have to finish these two long edges at one time. Let's sew across the top of this. This is, should have been done a long time ago. Thought I had. There we go. All right. And now we just need to lay this in here. So this is what you guys were talking about. Like, what if you just did it this way? Yeah, I think that's exactly it, Terry. All right, so I'm going to open this seam up, which is the short seam, just to kind of offset the thickness. Fold it up there. So could I sew? Yes, I'll stop experimenting, Saremy. I don't like doing things like this blind. I like to, this is so fiddly. This is one of those things that I'm probably going to think about now and want to make a video about. I just use my awl. It's kind of like a knitting needle. All right. I'm just pre-folding this edge now. Yeah, I think you absolutely should do this before and then put on the waistband. I'm not sure how you would do that though. Oh, you guys, it just barely fits. I really want to get that closer to the edge, but I'm having trouble. I'm going to over-rotate it like that. Well, zip jeans, I don't, that's not a problem. This with this rib combo waistband. It's a little more work. I think zipper flies though, you know, I'm always trying to say, you know, it's like just a few short straight seams. I have a dedicated video to making a zipper fly. So if you ever get interested and you want to try it out, even if you just want to try it out before you even have a pattern. They'd never do this in the garment industry. Thank you, Martina. That's cool, Deb. Yeah, I mean, don't you feel like it's like a challenge? I don't think I can get this to fit. Look at this. It's just too much fabric. And that could be probably, yeah, the waistband piece shrink a little bit. I could probably put an easing stitch on there and kind of get it to obey a little better by kind of gathering it up a little bit. Boy, I may not have the patience for this today. Yeah, I was thinking that the whole time I was pinning that, Terry, but I was just like losing my steam. So this one needs to come right there. Thank you for just telling me to do it. So you want your waistband to line up there, right? You know what? How I think they do this? I think they actually serge it like this and then top stitch it down. Like that, you wouldn't do that in home sewing, but because it's kind of not clean finished enough. There's a machine that does it. But, okay, wait, let's put an easing stitch here. Put an easing stitch here. It's kind of short, but it'll have to do. Oh my gosh, it's already getting shorter too. That's not going to help me a whole lot, is it? Just gather that up a little bit. Probably could use a little more though. This is just too fiddly, you know? Could be partly, you know, that I'm doing jeans material. You might have better luck with a lighter weight fabric. I just can't get anything to stay because I'm getting so hungry and tired. I'm actually fine. It's more like I know I have this stream coming up this evening, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be not prepared, and they're gonna be upset because I'm not far enough along on it, and it's gonna be boring. That's what I'm thinking right now. All right, so this side's a little easier. I'm gonna pin these back here. It's just, look at this. Look at how much fabric is there. You can't even see. Look at this. Hangry. I just can't get all that in there. I mean, her photo steps make it look really, like, compliant. Okay. I'm also thinking about this sci-fi book I'm reading, and I have no clue what's happening, and it's so annoying. Why do they have to get so, like, overly techie, like they're trying to impress the reader? Don't they know I'm driving and tuning that part out, and I have no clue what they're talking about because I have no context for this world or these people, you know? All right, we're close. We're close, fam. We're close. It's not going to look good there, though. And that bugs me. Okay. We're going to start we're going to start, trying to think, like, could I make this so this doesn't pop out? Okay, we have these pins on the other side. We're going to start right here. No, we're not skipping stitches. We don't accept that. All right. I don't think I'm going to catch the back side. I think my backup plan there is I'll just hand sew it, because I'm kind of over how much work this would be to do this, you know? It's a lot of work. Oof, there's a pin under there. Okay, I'm going to hand crank over my zipper here. All right, get to the corner here. Clear the decks, turn the corner. Okay. Oh, I caught it. Yay, I caught it. Whew. It's okay. It's a little bit of tucks there though. Look at that. Look at this corner. It snuck out. I'll fix that later. Wow. I'd have to practice this one next time I do it. Figure out something that I enjoy doing better than this finish, because this is just like, it's too all or nothing. You know? It just doesn't look that great. Look at that. It's not even lining up. The waistband height is a little different, and this angle, I'll consider the angles part of like a curve to fit me better. Oh no, okay. Thanks, Libby. I don't think people will get this pattern. I mean, it's an older pattern. I don't think it's new. I don't think they're going to find this tutorial, to be honest. I just don't think there's, it's not like there's a lot of buzz about this pair of pants. All right, let's check them out. Should I try them on? Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm eager to try them on, you know? Ooh, I just put my foot into a knee pocket. Gotta watch out for that. Why is it so hard to put pants on when you have clogs on? You know? I want my money back. Okay. Oh, I feel pretty good. They're kind of loose after all that. They're so loose. I thought they were going to be so much tighter. I like how loose the pants are, but at the waist, they're too loose. No, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. When the snap's in there, they'll be fine. They're just so soft. It's a snap, Martina. But they're pretty loose, you guys. I think they're actually kind of too loose on me. I think the waistband's not tight enough. So you know what? Maybe I would just take the waistband off and put on a different one. Because if they were tighter, they're cute though. Really cute. Let's see. Let's see my... After all that though, they're just too loose. I like how loose they are through the like seat and stuff, because that's how they're supposed to be. So anyway. Yeah, they're pretty loose. Oh yeah, I forgot about the back pockets. I mean, they're not jeans, so don't be confused by the fact that I made them in denim. They're not jeans. It's just these pockets are so stiff, they make it look like, you see what I mean? They're like, they need this, if this was up, it would fit better. The pocket would be better. Because they're loose not loose, but like cargo pants, you know. I only had denim and then a poppy. So it's a shame that the elastic isn't separate in there, because I could just put a smaller piece of elastic. That would have been enough. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna sign off. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend. Next week, this is what I'm doing. Here. Next week, I'm making the Shenanigans skirt by 5 out of 4 patterns. I actually am an ambassador and an affiliate. And there's a link on my website. There'll be a link in the description of that video. Yeah, there will be a link there is a link in the description of the video. It is like an upcoming video, so it'll show up in YouTube soon. Anyway, it's supposed to be made out of a knit, and I've made the one I've been wearing today is in a bamboo knit that I love, or a rayon knit or something like that. It's super yummy, light, squishy. Mine has the ruffle, this one won't. I'm gonna add some pockets. So it'll be, the outer skirt will be like a heavier duty fabric, stretch woven. So it'll be a good experiment. Thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for cheering me on this whole time. So, all right, you guys, I'll see you guys soon. Look, I have a new stream ending screen too. So, okay, I'm gonna do my thingy. Bye.